Okay, we are back with another Tuesday stream. Hello, everyone, and yes, hello, Woozy Dice. Yeah. So we're going to. How am I on time? Wow, you made it just on time, Eddie. That is fantastic. Uh, yeah. So some interesting news. Thanks to the incredible help of our mod Woozy Dice, we finally have a YouTube account set up that has all of our previous VODs. Yes, so super happy with that. You can find it at youtube.com/at TrickMii but there's also a link to it in my Twitch bio that you can find just down below. But yeah, also thank you for giving a shout out to Eddie, just Eddie. Thank you, Woozy. Yeah, so other than that, we're going to continue with our save for Ghost Trick. Might even beat it today. So where we left off, our Detective Jode was planned to be executed. We were able to prevent that, and we had to convince the Justice Minister to really back off the execution order by proving that his daughter was in fact not the one kidnapped. We also rescued random dude at the park. I still don't know his name. He's a little bit weird. But yeah, we saved his life. And after going back to the Justice Minister's office, to our surprise, Inspector Cabanella appears to call the Justice Minister and say, hey, you better proceed with that execution order because here are our demands. So, what's going on? Is he good or not? Can we trust him? Who knows? Also, we still need to rescue Detective Jode's daughter, who was the one kidnapped. So, lots of mayhem, plenty of drama. Let's just get right to it. Alright, it is now 2:55 a.m. in the game. So everything started at 7:02 p.m. So wow, we've had a heck of a night so far. We have until dawn to get everything squared away. This should be illegal. I shouldn't be on time. GG for being on time, Eddie. That is fantastic. But yes, it's great to see you here. Alright. 10 years ago, a man named Sissel took a little girl named Lynn hostage, and then was killed by a meteorite fragment. Tonight, a man named Sissel met a detective named Lynn at a junkyard on the edge of town, and then was killed by a bullet. But the scene I find waiting for me on the other end of the phone line feels like the final nail in the coffin of my lost memory. What? I see. Myself. There you are, Commander Sith. Finally. Sissel, where have you been, my good man? We've been looking everywhere for you. Had a little unfinished business to take care of. Didn't think it would take this long. What about your people? They sure went out of their way to mess me up. I say, I believe we fulfilled every one of your conditions in our little deal. What right do you have to complain about anything outside our bargain? We can talk about that when we get together. This will be our last communication by telephone. We'll arrive in 1 hour. I look forward to seeing you, Sissel. Dawn is approaching. The darkness surrounding my own mystery is deep, but I know it's always darkest before the dawn. Yes. We're nearing the final stages of our little deal, my good man. Yes, sir. All preparations are complete, sir. And we just had a report, sir. Lights have been spotted, sir. Have they now? By all means, let me have a look. Yes. We're very close. We will now disconnect from the communication cable and have no service until we arrive, sir. Very well. Eating those grapes. Oh, it's panning out. Whoa! They're on the ocean floor in a submarine? Nice try, Inspector Cabanella. You could never stop me. See ya, sucker. So when Inspector Cabanella was calling on the phone to the Justice Minister, like, was he being threatened by me, my body? What? So, that submarine guy and his people have a deal going on with me, do they? If that's the case, they probably aren't the ones who killed me, right? Anyway, there's definitely something behind the inspector's death. I think I'd better talk to him. Right, cause like, I just don't see him doing something like this. Hey, do you think you could wake up for me? Oh boy, still unconscious, eh? I guess he hasn't been dead for very long then. I'll just go ahead and go back to 4 minutes before his death. I'm a little nervous about what I might see there, though. But if that's where I'm gonna find my answers, I can't run away from it. Alright, let's go. Let's see what happened. And in the superintendent's office. Once the criminal gets the punishment he deserves, the hostage will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for our call. That's a good boy. Gee, a hostage sure is a handy thing. It gives me complete control over the top police inspector in the country. What's the matter? All those broken bones smart a bit? What's it like to feel pain? Does it make you feel alive? Why are you doing this? Now, is that any kind of question for a top inspector to ask? Isn't it obvious? Revenge, of course. Revenge on all the people who stole my life away 10 years ago. Don't be ridiculous. It was a meteorite that stole your life. Or have you forgotten that? Wrong! I was murdered by all of you! Detective Jode, who chased me down and forced me into a corner, even though I was innocent. Lynn, that girl who was right there where I was running. Lynn? She was just an innocent little girl playing in the park. If that brat hadn't been there, I never would have thought of taking a hostage. It's the most self-centered garbage I've ever heard. And finally, you, Inspector Cabanela. Me? If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. You're so proud of your spotless record. And my case was a one blot on it, wasn't it? Only 2 people know the real truth. Me and Detective Jode. I bet tonight's execution will be quite a relief to you, won't it? One of the people who know about the stain on your record will disappear for good. That's why you didn't help him escape from prison. That's the kind of guy you are! I got nothing to say to you. You'd never listen anyway. Ye gods. Now then, Inspector. Time to make a big red stain on your spotless white coat. This was another condition of my deal. To wipe out everybody who knew about Temsic. Revenge? That's what I'm up to? None of this makes any sense. Hey, man. Mind telling me what's going on? Inspector Cabanela! He's awake. My head is spinning, baby. Am I to understand that Cabanela character who just got shot is me? That's right. And you're supposed to be the scoundrel there who just shot me? I guess so. But you couldn't be, could you? Huh? After all, the guy in the red suit just walked out the door, right? So, who are you? I guess I just have to face it. I'm not that Sissel guy. I'm somebody who's searching for himself. That's why I'm here to save you. At the very least, you have information about that guy in red. Information I need. So you came on a rescue mission now, did you? Nothing like the sound of that, baby. Because there's a very important life here somewhere. A life valuable to this nation. Okay, so do your thing, baby. Whoa. Jeez, what is going on? Also, GG on first Ilya. You did it. Oh, let's hear the dialogue. Oh, I should have heard the thought first and then the dialogue. I forget that the thought bubble goes away if I do dialogue first. Okay, so yeah, the hostage text. Okay. So, are you a manipulator too? I have ghost tricks, powers of the dead, yeah, but I can't control living creatures. Anywho, I think you'd better be very careful. That guy in red is a manipulator. Naturally, he knows about powers like yours. If he realizes you're here, things might get a little sticky. You're right. I better be careful. Okay. Oh, look at him. There's that something emanating from his body. Is it really the sign of having special powers of the dead? Huh. Yeah, the little waves. It's the Taco Bell. The Taco Bell gas. It's too strong for my nose. Okay. Don't want to really rock that and get his attention now, do I? Let's look at the book. The top of this bookshelf is lined with books. This one on top is balanced so precariously, it's a wonder it doesn't fall off. How did the old pigeon guy even reach up here? I wonder if he makes his pigeon fetch it for him. Excellent questions that will probably never be answered. Okay, let's rock the helmet. Whoop. What's going on? I've never seen the ghost world like this. So you're here, are you? He sensed my presence. I noticed you. You think you can stop me, do you? I don't know why you're wearing my face. But you might as well give up now. I control everything. Damn it! Everything, including the life of this police inspector in white. The plot does chickens. Yes, yeah. Hello Nova. What? Wait! Don't shoot! Oh no! Time's up. This other me knows the powers of the dead well. Who wouldn't notice what you just did? You were practically shouting, "Look at me, baby." It looks like it might be hard to save you under these circumstances. I guess I can't use my powers right in front of him like that. Okay. I just wanted to see what happens. This is so nuts. Oh my gosh. Okay, don't be obvious. Gotcha. Well, what if I close the spout lid? Hello? There we go. Man, he really beat up Inspector Cabanela. Broken bones and everything. Okay, let's fast forward. Ooh. Oh, we're at the bottom. Yes. Okay. What the heck? Look at this place. What happened in this room? What in the world happened here? Think I'm starting to remember. Something bad happened here. And now there's another death lying hidden here. What? Another death? Didn't I tell you from the start? Didn't I say there was a very important life valuable to the nation here? I thought you were talking about you. I'm just a crazy character in a white coat, baby. Bird! Hey, come to think of it. Where is that old pigeon guy? Ghost trick me! Hey, ghost chat! Spooky times here. Hi, Mitchell. Great to see you. Lots of drama today. Okay, let's move this right off. Let's move it right off there. No, the pigeon guy! Measuring device. This is some kind of device. Very astute observation. Sorry, my memory isn't working. Yeah, mine isn't working too well right now either. I do remember seeing somebody use this equipment though. Measuring device. Oh yeah, today is a great day, Mitchell. A little bit busy, but I'm glad to be able to relax now with some nice ghost tricks. Okay, don't want to open that just yet. Let's talk to the dead body. The pigeon guy. Excuse me? Are you awake? Of course. I'd never sleep during work hours. Professor, do you recognize me? There's only one crazy character in a white coat that I know of. He hasn't lost his memory. I'm not the type who likes losing things. But never mind that. Cabanella, this is quite a surprising guest you've brought with you. Pretending like he didn't just blow up the place. Are you talking about me? Oh, this is a different guy. And I'm his guest, actually. Said he came to rescue us. Unlike you, my sharp friend, he still hasn't gotten his memory back. Pitiful. Ouch, that hurts. Anyway, now we'll be going back to 4 minutes before your death. In order to change your fate, that is. But aren't we already in the past, man? But we can go back even further. I've done it before. I still don't see a path to saving Inspector Cabanella. But if we go back further, maybe I'll find a lead. It's like Inception. Let's go deeper. Oh yeah, I need to set up that YouTube command. I had it in Streamer Bot and I disabled it. Now I can finally dust it off. Bring it back to life 4 minutes before its death. How many times do I have to tell you, Professor? This place is dangerous. Oh, don't be daft. I can't leave now. He's completely dead, but just as I thought, I'm getting a reading. This is the source of his powers. If I remove it... He's not dead! He's just not there! The true form of the manipulator isn't something you can detect. It's a spirit! Ridiculous. So you figured it all out, huh? You're a clever man, Inspector Cabanela. So it's really true! You're... I've wasted a lot of time tonight because of you, Inspector. But it's all just like you said. I died 10 years ago. This body is just a vessel, a shell. I control everything. This shell, people, just like I controlled the Justice Minister and Lynn. So it's true, you were manipulating my baby that time? You made her shoot your shell. But why? Why would you do a thing like that? To create conclusive evidence. You know, on that security tape. Now she's a murderer too. She'll suffer just like Joe did. Now then, Professor. I'm afraid it's time for you to die. I don't have any grudge against you. I'm even grateful to you. Oh yeah? So why don't you let me live, then? I'll be leaving this country forever tonight. But before I do, I need to erase all evidence that these powers of mine exist. Along with the contraption in this room. This time, the thing will work the way it was meant to, and it'll all be over. Cupid won't turn this time. He'll shoot his little arrow this way. Professor! Look out! Dynamite, eh? When the devil did he put that there? He planned it all out tonight. Having my baby shoot him, having his corpse disappear. His corpse disappeared? The medical examiner. Remember him? He was a complete and utter imposter. Oh yeah, because he has blue skin. He said he was going to take the corpse back to the lab. But he'd already made a deal with the manipulator to meet him and give him the body back. But I wasn't gonna let that happen, baby. You saw through their plan, eh? I noticed right away the medical examiner didn't know the first thing about examining a body. I knew he was a fake, so I tracked him down and bought him off. Bought him off? I had him smuggle the corpse to this room. I thought we could find the source of his powers. Of course, never in my wildest dreams did I think his abilities were powers of the dead. Anyway, there isn't much time. He's leaving the country before dawn. And I'm gonna follow him, of course, after I save you two. But something's been nagging at the back of my mind. I remember what Ray said to me tonight. He said that spirits cease to exist when the day breaks. But if that's true, how could a spirit from 10 years ago still be here? No time for thinking now, baby! Action is the name of the game! Work your magic and take us back, even further into the past. We gotta go back. Back to the very beginning. This place is dangerous. Alright, man. Jump in there and stop that explosion, would you? Easy enough for you to say. Foolish of you to say, too. If you stop the explosion, they'll just do me in some other way. Fair enough. Then jump in there and take care of that man in red, would you? I repeat, easy enough for you to say. And most likely impossible to boot. That huge explosion didn't even make him bat an eye. Well, what do you propose then, Professor? Pray tell. Your best bet is to save me during the explosion without him noticing. Easy enough for you to say! Sheesh, what's wrong with all these people? Anywho, jump in there and do something! I'll just go down this door. Goodbye. Just leave. Start a new life. New spirit life. Oh, we just stand at this door and then we open it during the explosion. Right? Is it really that simple? Okay. What if it wasn't the little tool that was making the sound, but his bird? Okay. Alright, I thought we could interact with the body. But let's just stay here. Oh man. Yeah, so I wonder, if I am not this man in red, then who am I? I am not Sissel. Okay, we'll just skip that. Okay, so the timing. You gotta get the timing right. Okay. As you perhaps have already noticed, time is running out, baby! Yeah, no perhaps about it. I know. But, you know. There aren't a whole lot of things I can use my ghost tricks on in here. It looks like it's all over. Unless I found another path, I'm sort of at a deadlock here. Sissel. Hey, I know that voice. Help me. What? Where are you? Find me. Before I'm carried away. What's with the frail sounding call for help? He's here somewhere. A friend of yours? Yep, a little guy that looks a little fragile, but has strength that surprises you. Well, he's asking you to find him. And before he's carried away, no less. But I'm almost out of time. Should I look for him? Look! Oh no! Where are you? What can I do? Oh no. Who's there? Mr. Mouse? Is it one of you? Mr. Mouse and Girl Mouse? Wait, hold on. Sissel. There he is again. Farewell. Sounds like your little pal was carried away. Where was he? Maybe you should have tried to find him somehow. maybe you should have looked around, you know, from corner to corner, baby. Now what? Maybe I should start over? I'll start over. Wait, what was there besides Mr. Mouse? Was he my friend? I can't believe there's a girl mouse and it was pink. Okay, who is it? Is it... They're getting dinner! Oh right, yeah, I have to concentrate, that's right. Corner to corner. By that they mean move. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I don't... Examine the bag? What in the world is this thing? This device has that meteorite data entered into it. If it detects Temsic radiation, it responds. Got that, kid? Isn't it a lovely thing? I guess sometimes it's important not to think about things too much. What a sorry pair. Jeez, this pigeon guy is so spicy. What if we just drop him? It's no use! I can't open it! Could the fact the guy in red is standing on it have anything to do with it? Is he more heavy set than he looks too? Why are you asking me? This door. Such a pity. Too bad it doesn't open downward. Sometimes life can be so hard. Wouldn't you agree, Professor? Yeah, that's why we're both dead. A door that opens downward, eh? Oh, okay. Ah! Professor, get off! Get off the door! I may look small, but I'm pretty heavy set. He sounds so proud of that fact, too. Thank you for the quote, Necrockeys. Thanks to Pigeon Guy Professor. This door. Such a pity. Okay, we know it doesn't open downward. Yes, let's go. Also, hello, Necrockeys. Great to see you. I am stuck. Oh, okay. Examine the toy. Fool! What do you think you're doing? I just thought I'd try it out. If you do, you're going to set the contraption in motion. Oh, yeah. I just thought... He just thought he'd blow me up, is what he thought. Oops. That was my bad. But there aren't a whole lot of things I can use my tricks on in this room. I just thought, you know. Let's see, you can see me, but the blinds are closed, and the door is closed, and I'm in a different country. I see all. Oop, shouldn't have seen that much. How are you doing, Necrockeys? Such a chaotic Ocarina of Time randomizer stream you had earlier today. It was so much fun. Okay, we need to stop him somehow. Oh, is he gonna spin it? Okay. What other paths can we do? Flame? No. Cupid? Cupid? No. No, what'd I do? Do we jump on the arrow? Sissel. They're like, find me. Where are you at, man? I just see 2 rats in a dumpster. Oh, before I'm carried away. The arrow, right? Okay, let's fast forward through this. It must be the arrow. Oh! It wasn't the hero. Ah. Okay, we better reset before the professor dies. Oh, I'm not sure if there's a command to delete a quote, but I'm able to just do that in the streamer bot window. So don't worry about it. I could delete the mistypoed one. Okay. Should I stay? Wait, oh no. Aw. I don't know what to do. He never gets off this door, does he? Aw, yeah, see, there's always someone on it. Before I'm carried away. Is it like the mice? Did they like find something? Okay. Stuck. I can't reach anything else. I can't do this door. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's... Oh. No. Jeez, I have no idea. Okay, the water temple was brutal necro keys. Oh my gosh. Okay. He's like, farewell. Maybe you should have looked around from corner to corner. I technically did look around. I couldn't move anywhere though. Aw, rest in peace. We're dead. We're all dead. Game over. Time's up. Hey, McFlurry! Great to see you. We struggle to be a spirit. Under these circumstances, I don't think my powers alone are enough to solve anything. I think I'd better find the owner of that voice that was begging for help. Let's see. If I want to look around, I can move the screen with the D-pad. I'll try taking another look around. Wait, but I thought I did that. I probably wasn't thorough then. Okay. Look all around. What could it be? Or maybe we look around when the voice is calling out for us? I'm just gonna stare at these two mice. We'll do that. I like that they use some stacked books. Let's see. Do they ever find like a piece of cheese? Do they live a happy life? Yeah, the pink one! The pink one is the girl one, probably. Or it's reversed. You never know. But if they start like snuggling or something down in the sewer, then they're totally a couple. Okay, look around in the room. Look everywhere. I got it. It has to be the mice, cause like... Just tell me where you're at! The leaf! The leaf! Missile! It's Missile! Sissel! Here I am! Oh hey! It's... Missile! What are you doing there? Do you really have to ask? Seriously, are you really going there? No, that's okay. Never mind. Anyway, I need your powers. Will you help me out? Of course! Here, let me come join you. Yes, missile doggo powers! Yes! Okay, here I am, Sissel. Now maybe things will flow in a new direction. Even though the flow of the sewer is a little bit stinky. They changed, yes, a missile. Right, he tricked the leaf in the park and then ended up blowing away in the wind. All the games Trixie plays seems very Japanese. Yeah, what a quinky dink. It's definitely not intentional. It's just games I picked up where I'm like, oh, I really want to play this one next. This would be great. Okay, new thought bubble. Okay, let's stop that explosion. No, we can't do that. Okay, let's take care of that man in red then. No, we can't do that either. We can't do this! We can't do that! What can we do? We let the explosion happen. Then we rescue the old pigeon guy without the man in red noticing. And your powers are the key to all of it, Missile. Oh, I don't know about that, but I'll do my best. We're talking about a matter of seconds. We can't miss our chance. Alright, so place your bets now. How many times will I need to restart? 5? 10? 25? Alright, so it's all about the swap-a-rooney. I gotcha. I don't... let's just talk. Let's talk things out. Do you remember how to use my powers? Yeah, you can swap things that have the same shape, right? Well, to be precise, I can swap things that look like they have the same shape. What's the difference? As I was being carried by the wind and falling into the river, I realized something. If you look at a thing from different angles, it looks different. No, don't do this to me. Angles? Oh man. You know, that's a pretty good point. For a little doggy who came in with the sewage. Alright, different angles. Yeah, 2010 tries. You're not far off. Okay, well I should swap. I should move somewhere. I guess I'll stay here. Okay, from different angles. What? What could I possibly swap at different angles? Alright, 0. I'm at 0. Am I not at 0? Oh. Oh. I just feel so bad. Look at the inspector at the bottom right. He's just... oh, that position. He's just basically dead. So I have to save you without the other me noticing. And the moment of truth is just as the explosion occurs. We can do it, Sissel! I know we can! The key to success here is this little doggy's powers. Guess I better rewind the clock again and see if I can pick up any other clues. Yeah, do not predict none, because I already lost once. You will lose your channel points. Oh, sorry, your backlog games. I will personally take your backlog games. Okay, after fate change. I'll take all of your backlog games and never play them, and then they'll be my backlog. Okay, from different angles. What, like... with the tire and the measuring device? That couldn't be it. Could it? Can I reach? Ugh. Okay, that's... no. What could it be? Different angles. Okay. Can I swap something? No! No! Oh no. I'm all the way up here. Now. No. This with this. No. Oh. What can I... Oh, toy cake? Okay. You want my backlog games trick fair with me? Oh my gosh, Mitchell, some of your backlog games are insane. 100 plus hours minimum for many of them. Okay, we're at the telephone. Let's call a taxi and let's leave this place. Again, we'll start a new life. We'll run away from our problems. Okay, what can I... Wait, okay, the ball. Swap the mouse. Trash can lid. Oh wait, the stairs! Those squeaky guys are making a fuss about something. Sizzle. My animal instincts are starting to surface. If you mean you want to chase them, I think you have to be alive to do that. There must be some kind of rat feast in that trash can. Those things usually make a bigger commotion than that. A bigger commotion, eh? Okay, let's help the mice. Let's help them. There we go. We saved the day. There's another Mr. Mouse! Oh, there's another one! And another one! And another one! And another one! Now that's what I call some proper commotion. They're making that trash can dance. Truth be told, I feel a bit like dancing now myself. It's getting harder and harder to hold my wild instincts back. What a dangerous bunch. Trick time! What do I do next? I have mice. Oh, okay. Yes? No? Who knows? How do I get back up? Okay, Okay, we got the trash can lid. Oh, yes! I understand! When it falls? I need to wait though, right? Oh no, I should do that now. Let's wait till he dies. Yeah, that's the perfect time. Sorry, little pigeon. As for you, Inspector, I have a little job for you. I can't move. I think I have 4 or 5 broken bones. I don't mind. It won't prevent me from manipulating you. Might make it hurt a little bit when I move you, though. Quite a bit, actually. Damn you! I like that pigeon, buddy. Hey, Mitchell, it's like Parrotwise. I can't believe it. You lot actually pulled it off. Pigeon wise. We can just get a shout out to Parrot Wise. Sorry, Inspector Cabanella. I couldn't do anything to help you. And here I am. Oh, and there I am, a poor broken heap of arms and legs. But no matter. I enjoy the show. The magic disappearing act, that is. Nothing like it, baby. Yeah, except, unlike a normal magic trick, I'm the one that managed to vanish without a trace here. Yay, we did it! Alright, wait, so did I only have to redo that twice? Hey, not bad. What's the matter? You look like you'd rather be dead. Not that you aren't. I was just remembering the fact that, right about now, the real me is giving the poor Justice Minister a real fright. Oh, that phone call? Yeah, he was pretty upset.
Excuse me, mister. You really shouldn't be mean like that.
You get a scolding my little doggo. And what's this lively little creature? Oh, this little doggy is a warrior who keeps Camilla safe. Or he would be if he was actually still full of life. Camilla. Gods in heaven! What a terrible thing! That poor little girl, taken hostage. It's a cruel twist of fate indeed.
Wait just a minute. Miss Camilla is a hostage?
Yes, we're sorry, little warrior. Miss Camilla? A hostage?
What's a hostage?
Anyway, Inspector Cabanella. It's time to save your life now. But you couldn't get very far when you tried before, am I right?
But this time it's different. Right, Sissel?
That's right. With us working together, it's a whole different situation. We'll save the Inspector in white, and then we'll go rescue Camilla, okay?
Okay, let's hurry up and get through this.
Gee, kids, you're making me feel like an afterthought. Oh yeah, that's definitely it, Mitchell. I don't think the bot knows that. I think it has just some condition statements like if there's a game category, and if not, it wigs out. It's still never the same. We can still do the slash shout out. So thank you, Woozy. we'll have to explain it to Parrot Wise later. Inspector Cabanella is upstairs. So our first step is to get up there.
Sissel, I'll go up first and wait for you.
Okay, Lovey-Dove. We need your help.
Is it called Lovey-Dove?
Carry this measuring device upstairs. It has Mr. Ghost in it, so don't drop it.
There you go!
You've got grit, little pigeon. I better get up there before the little pigeon's strength gives out. Missile is waiting for me. I'd better hurry. Such a cool pigeon.
There you are, Sissel!
Sorry for the wait, Missile. 4 minutes from now, the inspector will be killed by a gun. You just jump in there and stop him from firing, would you? There you go again with that stuff. Besides, it doesn't make any sense. If you stop him from firing, he'll just kill you some other way. Wait a minute. That sounds familiar. Yep, same situation as mine. Your best bet this time around is to allow him to shoot and then save Cabanela without him noticing. Whew, it's even worse than last time. Anywho, jump in there and do something! Okay, I'm ready to jump in, Sissel! Don't forget, whenever you want to use my powers, just tap ZR. Okay, what can I even trick? Oh, we can go all the way over here. There's a knit hat, magnifying glass, photos, helmet, book. Who knows? We'll wait patiently. Oh. No, not yet. Okay. Oh, did you see that? That bad Sissel turned around. Bad Sissel? Do you have to call him that? But yeah, maybe this is our chance to try some ghost tricks. Let's see. For the prediction, I chose Too Many because it was the most popular. Woozy! You didn't have any faith in me, Woozy! Then again, I didn't have any faith in myself. Wait, did everyone get their points? Whoever voted? Or do I need to do something? This is the only time he takes his eyes off me, too. If you have something to do, do it now. Time to take the first steps towards saving the inspector. Let's see. I think it was pointless. Ah. That's a big brain mode, Woozy. Good job. I appreciate your work. Excellent. Alright, so do it now, they say. Yes. What do? Book? Swap? Open spout lid. I don't think that would do anything. I shouldn't drop the helmet. Wait, but the desk lamp swiveled. Right? And the first time the inspector died, this desk lamp swiveled. So maybe I'm supposed to do that? I don't know. Those Omori sprouts. Yeah, you caught it. You caught when I said sprouts. I'm so used to saying sprout. Okay. Okay, well I missed my chance. Oh no. See, the inspector wasn't a bad guy. Okay, we can't do anything during this scene. Trick time. Okay. Thoughts? Yikes! I'm a little scared right now. Why didn't he die? Because he's already dead. He died 10 years ago. He did 10 years ago. I knew full well he wouldn't die if I shot him. Then why did you go to the trouble of shooting him at all? Time's almost up. That's enough chit-chat. But now the situation has changed slightly. These last split seconds are our chance. What changed? Okay, these last few seconds. The helmet? No. The desk lamp turned on. Call the police? Can I do it? Just call the police. This is not my... This is above my pay grade. Ah, this is... Oh, I'll open this. I don't know. No, don't shoot. Okay, let's move away. Oh, jiggle! Yes, jiggle the knit hat. Why? What am I doing? I'm in too deep. Okay, and this we can swap with the book. Nope, I don't want to talk right now. Yes, swap with the book. It fell off. What? Why did I do that? Okay, where's the book? Oh. Was I supposed to swap it with the helmet when I was falling? I feel like maybe I was supposed to. Book 'em trick. That's it. That's how we save the day. I feel like I think I need to start over. I feel like when the knit hat was falling down from the top of the bookshelf that I was supposed to swap places with something. Or I could be totally wrong. Okay, let's go through this. Oh yes. So when we save the guy in white, we should do it without stopping the guy from firing and without him noticing. In other words, once it's fired, the bullet will be the key to this whole thing. Don't forget, whenever you want to use my powers, just tap ZR. Wait, I have to really, like, stop it right when the bullet is fired? No, let's not restart. not yet. Okay. Let's move right here. Yeah. We have to wait. That is pretty wild, since the body is just a shell. He doesn't feel any pain. Even his hand burning up doesn't do anything. Okay. Okay, moment of truth. I got this. I don't really got this. I'm winging it. Move it back. Okay. And then swap it with the book. Okay, no. Whoop. There we go. Okay. Oh, so we couldn't swap anything when it was falling. So that's clearly not it. They said when the bullet is firing. Do I need to swap again with the book? No. Anything else I should do with the knit hat? Or maybe the book. Cause like, why would I need to bring the book down here? Okay. Oh! Oh no. He's going to shoot! It's too late! Again? I'm going to get shot again? No, wait! Our chance is coming up! The last split second, right? Leave it to me! Would you look at that? The bullet is hanging in mid-air, between the gun and the inspector's forehead. Now's our chance! I'm hearing the bullet right now. Let's swap this little thing with something else. What? It's our only hope. There's gotta be something here with the same shape and direction as the bullet. Okay, so I didn't need to restart. Yes, we'll swap it with... Oh, ooh. Swap that hanging bullet with something else. There's gotta be something here with the same shape. The helmet. I was right? Ooh. That velocity of the helmet. Ouch. He's... No! I killed him! I killed him! No! That didn't go well. We tried swapping what we could find, but we just made things worse. Not nice, kids. Not nice at all. You put a dent in my lovely mask. Guess we better look for something softer to swap with. The knit hat. Aww. Okay. Okay, we'll just wait here. This is intense. The worst part is the characters commenting on how how I mess up. They're like, really, dude? You swapped it with this hard helmet? I died because of that? Okay, we've got our third chance, or fourth chance. I don't know how many times it's been. Okay, okay. We got this in the bag. Okay, and I guess now we just wait. Hey Markichin, great to see you. Ooh, we are trying to stop someone from dying, but so far we've killed them in a more brutal fashion. Okay. We got this. Swap it. We'll swap it with the knit hat on the floor. How do I even stretch that? This is so difficult to control. Oh. Oh my gosh, the lamp is getting in the way. And that's why I thought it was a hard helmet. Huh. Oh, bother. Okay, let's just try. No. Oh. Oh, man. I don't think there's a path from the knit helmet to the bullet. Not the way things are. And I can't swap to Sissel. No. What do I do? Are there other swaps I can make? Oh, maybe I was supposed to wait to swap the book and the knit hat until like this scene. Oh my gosh. And then when the knit hat is falling, that's when I can swap it with the bullet. Okay, so I think we need a restart. Will it let me restart right now? No? Okay, let's kill him. I'm sorry, Inspector. Oof. Okay, take 500. Oh, but yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Markichin. But hopefully you'll be able to get some rest, you know, shortly. Okay, so this time I will not swap anything until the bullet scene. Yes, definitely plenty of water. Plenty of hydration. I wonder if it's possible to like speed up these scenes. Okay, well there's no need. We're about to get the ball moving. Okay. No, I'm pretty sure this is the solution. Or at least I'm really hoping it is. Or I'll be very sad. Okay, let's do this missile. Okay. Okay, book. Knit hat. Swap. Oh. What? That's not it either? Oh man. Right, by the time it floats down, the bullet would have already pierced the body. Ah, oh, no, I thought that was it. I have to do something about that bullet after it's fired. I could swap it with something. Yes, but what? Better look for something with the same shape. All I can think of is just the hard hat. but everything else I can't reach the bullet. Okay, we'll see if we can figure this out. Because, wait a minute. Maybe something to do with the kettle? Hmm. I opened the sprout lid. I don't know if that does anything. I'll just have missile stay there. No, I definitely shouldn't turn this on. Oh shoot, if I just... Was I supposed to drop the hard hat when he's turned away? Ah, okay, maybe? Yeah, maybe when Bad Sissel is turned away, I possess the desk lamp, I turn it so I can trick the hard hat and drop it on the ground. And with that, I have no idea. What's the point of that? But I'll be darned. We'll give it a shot. We'll just stay as a telephone. Okay. Oh, so when I press and hold B, it just resets the position. Okay, so let's wait for him to turn around. Oh, no. Don't look. What was that? Oh, yes! He did notice! Yes! Now what? I don't know. Now it's a new shape. Where it's like a different shape. We'll hold on tight. Okay. Oh, let's see a tip. Swap the hard hat with the kettle to warm up the inspector's feet. I was so excited, like you had an actual tip, Lucy. See, that's not being possible. You can't be swap the two. That's the worst part. Okay, well, I feel like I should still be doing this hard hat thing. He looks cold. He also looks like he broke all of his bones. I don't think that's really a concern right now. Wait, should I swap it with the book? I'll just do it. Let's just swap it with the book. And then it's gonna fall. Oh! Ooh! Oh, and then that's the path! That's the path now! We got this! Well, would you look at that? Right on the hook. I love knit hats. So warm. And most of all, soft. Hey, now that I'm looking at it, that hat is the same shape as the helmet you just knocked down. Aha! I thought so! Yes! Inspector Kamenella's pretty much saved. Okay. I can't believe Missile stopped a bullet in midair. Well, that's why he's named Missile and not Bullet, right? Okay. Piece de resistance. Swap it. And he flipped over so fast. His butt is in the air, so Sissel doesn't even notice. I don't think he noticed. Looks like you pulled off another magic disappearing act. And now I say again, I love knit hats. So warm and most of all, soft. Did I do all right? You did a fine job, little one. You saved another life. And I'll keep doing it too. Thanks for the GGs. GGs for the dog. What the dog doing? Saving lives. Don't call me a chicken. Inspector Chicken Carbonara 2023. Oh man. I'll keep saving lives over and over. Fate averted. Yes. What I saw in just these 4 minutes gave me all the answers I've been looking for. All our research these past 10 years pales in comparison, right, Professor? So you two are working together? That's about the size of it, yeah. Who would believe a story about a manipulator? So we pursued it ourselves, just the two of us. I'm quite a crazy character myself, after all. Okay, let's hurry back to our time. We have to rescue Miss Camilla. You're right, Missile. There's a certain guy I have to follow too. Woo, that was nuts. The pug dog emotes, so good. Your bones may be broken, but you're alive! You're saved! So technically, I just made his day better. After completing his revenge on Inspector Cabanela, the men in red left. And now, a new story is about to unfold, in a new present. How are you feeling, you old crazy character? Hey there, Prof! We're both alive, I see. Yeah, nothing like it, baby. But I don't know if I'm getting old or what. I've got a few aches and pains here and there. Used to be, a little thing like an explosion wouldn't bother me. Yeah, right. Like, I'm gonna believe that. So what? The guy in red is gone, eh? Just in case, I posted special investigation units all around the building. Let's just pray the boys came through for us. Ooh. Oh, damn it! You picked a bad time not to listen to me, body of mine. Ooh. Well, it looks like both of their deaths were erased. Unfortunately, in the case of the Inspector in White, I can't call it a complete success. But in any case, These two have the information I need to start tracking the manipulator. I'd better talk to them. Okay, we'll talk to the professor. Mr. Superintendent, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? I haven't always been a junkyard superintendent, you know. I used to be part of the police. The police, huh? Not as a detective, but as a medical examiner. I investigated victims' cause of death. 10 years ago, I was asked to autopsy a strange corpse. Hit by a meteorite fragment and died instantly. That's what the police report said. There were no signs of life. He was definitely dead. But I never filed an autopsy report. That's because the corpse suddenly vanished, leaving behind only one clue. An unusual corpse. I bet that's why I've been chasing all night. Could you tell me more? Yeah, sure. I have an interest in you recovering your memory and finding your true identity too. Okay. The unusual corpse. That's the only way I can describe it too. It was an unusual corpse. He was dead, alright. No question about that. But there wasn't a scratch on him. Not a scratch? But I thought he was hit by a meteorite fragment. I don't understand it any more than you do. I was completely bewildered, but when I tried to autopsy him, I was even more puzzled. I couldn't perform the autopsy. You couldn't? What do you mean? The scalpel went in, but I couldn't cut. As soon as I tried to make an incision, it would heal up in the very next instant. And that's how it went, and no scarring or blood either. And I never had the chance to solve the mystery. That's because the corpse up and vanished on us. The morgue is well guarded. Nobody could have stolen that body. But there is one way the corpse could have disappeared. What's that? It got up, opened the door, and walked out on its own. What? He was dead, but he wasn't dead. We saw it with our own eyes tonight. Not even that explosion could kill him. And he didn't even feel it when he slammed his fist on that stove. Okay, let's ask about the clue left behind. The corpse left behind some data from some testing I did. I got some readings for some kind of radiation coming off that body. Radiation? I used all kinds of instruments, but I couldn't determine exactly what kind of radiation it was. Some undiscovered type, from a world unknown. Wait a minute. Could it be? That's right. It was coming from that meteorite fragment. I went to that park and tested the spot where the meteorite fell. And just as I expected, I detected radiation coming from that crater. It was the exact same pattern of radiation as that of the corpse. At the time, I thought he was some kind of immortal being. He would die, only to come back to life. I wanted to research it in all depth, so I quit my job as a police medical examiner. Several years later, I came to learn the connection between my research and the manipulator case. Thanks to the arrival of this crazy character here. Oh, stop now, Professor. Do you want to see me blush? Okay, Cabanella's arrival. It was about a year ago, I'd say. This man in white came dancing into my research lab here. I heard there was an oddball here who's researching Temse. Is that you, baby? Who are you to be calling anybody an oddball? I was investigating the manipulator case then. And then I heard there was a man who'd quit the police force to study the meteorite. When I heard that, it was like a meteorite had struck me on the head. At the time, we were just starting to get leads on this manipulator. We didn't know who he was yet, but we knew he was communicating with a certain foreign country. In one of those communications, we heard the manipulator say this: "The sources of my power is not of this world." And that's when I put two and two together, baby. The manipulator case and Temzik were somehow connected. Which also explained how 5 years ago he used his powers to manipulate a birthday surprise a little girl made for her mother. He added that gun to the contraption, most likely by controlling Camilla. Oh, man. Yeah, to get revenge on Detective Jode. Wow, okay, let's talk to, Cabanella. If I knew things were going to end up like this, I would have tried to die in that explosion, baby. That way, I could have been dancing after Big Red by now. I might be able to erase deaths, but it's true I can't do much about injuries. But really, you shouldn't talk that way. Yes, I'm sorry. I suppose you're right. I just hate feeling so helpless. He was right there within my grasp. All our plans were resting on tonight. And then, this had to happen. I guess he's thinking about his spotless record. It's not too late, Inspector. We still have a chance. Maybe I can catch him. Say, you're right. That's not a bad idea. I'll cooperate with you fully. Go ahead and fire away with any questions you like, Mr. Ghost. Can you tell me where I put my car keys? I can't find them. Okay, let's ask about the revenge. That guy mentioned revenge. Revenge against the people who stole his life away 10 years ago. He's a fool. He's the one who made the decision to take that little girl hostage, and he wound up dead. He only has himself to blame. But what about when he said this? I was murdered by all of you! Detective Jode, who forced me into a corner. Lynn, the girl who was playing in the park. And finally, you, Inspector Cabanella. If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. Yes, 10 years ago, on that day, the Special Investigation Unit was working on a certain big case. We hauled in a young man, an important witness to our investigation. And then I did it. I made 2 very stupid mistakes. Detective, I'm telling you, I don't know anything about it. Fine, fine. You're under no obligation to talk, of course. But if you don't, the Special Investigation Unit can make the rest of your life a living hell. But I've been assigned to the Special Investigation Unit, you see. They didn't share much info on big cases with a newbie like me yet, and I wanted to impress them. It was only supposed to be a simple matter of taking his statement. But I was too green. I pushed him too hard. I drove him into a corner and made him lose all hope. That was my first mistake. And then I made another mistake on top of that. Cabanella! Got a minute? The chief wants to see you about your report. Got it. I'll be right there. You stay right here and be a good boy now. And that's when I did it. I left it behind in the interrogation room. My gun. How could you? He used my gun to escape. What he said is true. If I hadn't made that mistake, he never would have had a gun to point at Lynn in the first place. Man. Manipulator. We first found out about the manipulator's existence through a certain overseas communication. Overseas communication? For national security purposes, this country keeps tabs on the communications networks. This particular communication was about making a deal with a certain foreign country. He said he wanted them to buy him and his powers. That's how we first heard about him. Of course, we didn't know what he looked like at the time. And in order to prove these powers of his, he gave them 2 predictions. He foresaw 2 completely preposterous, impossible cases. The case of a man who would sing national secrets during a live rock concert broadcast. And the case of a man who would take the chief commissioner hostage in his own office. Those two inmates at the special prison, eh? We kept tabs on their communications and launched an investigation. And then, finally, we pinpointed where they were going to meet tonight and staked it out. That restaurant, the Chicken Kitchen. The manipulator plans on leaving this country tonight on a submarine that belongs to the other country in this deal. Submarine? But we haven't been able to find out where it's going to surface. It's terrifying to think what would happen if its powers were to fall into their hands. Right. Highly unlikely they'd use them for peaceful purposes. And now they have that little girl as a hostage. Camilla. We have to stop him before he leaves the country. Okay, and let's ask about his spotless record. This spotless record of yours, is it really that important to you? Of course, baby. In some ways, it's more important to me than my life. Than your life, eh? After all, it's because of my record that I'm able to get my hands on all intel as head of the Special Investigation Unit. And because of my position, I get to direct all aspects of the investigation into the manipulator case. The manipulator case? That's why you cared about your record so much? Of course. Why else, baby? I just never could believe it, man. Jode shooting Alma. I didn't care that he confessed. There was definitely something more to the story. Some secret. I did everything I could to climb the ladder. Everything in my power. And then I finally found the answer. It took 5 long years, though. The manipulator, he's going to prove that Jode is innocent. What incredible determination. Cabanella's determination. There's one thing I just don't understand. If you were so determined to help Detective Jode, why didn't you help him escape from prison? That's an easy one, baby. Escaping from prison is a crime. I wasn't about to help him commit a crime after spending 5 years trying to prove him innocent. And then he himself asked to be executed, you know. As a man of the law, I had to make sure the execution was stopped legally. And that's why I brought him before the Justice Minister, too. I needed to buy as much time as I possibly could, baby. So that's it, eh? But there's one little unfortunate result of all this. Lynn completely misunderstood your intentions. Ha! That's a little misunderstanding. My baby will come around. Give it time. But there are more important things to do with our time tonight. Okay. So that contraption in the basement here. You built that to try and help Detective Jode? That's right. Jode and I worked together back when I was with the Force. I used the reports of his case to try and recreate the device. But there was just one part of it. that I couldn't reproduce, no matter how hard I tried. Camilla told Jode it did something it shouldn't have, made an impossible move. I added that part to the device I recreated. I put in a part that would allow Cupid to rotate. Otherwise, the gun wouldn't fire. So that must mean somebody manipulated Camilla's contraption. As a result, we proved to ourselves that the manipulator actually existed. Inspector Cabanela! Hey, baby. Sorry about that phone call. Must have sounded like a real villain. I hated to spoil your image of me. Of that cool cat inspector you always looked up to. Is that really the image she had of him? Inspector Cabanela, I'm sorry. I just heard. You were chasing after that man all this time to try and help Detective Jode. This manipulator is such a dangerous character. I was hoping you didn't have to be involved. So that's why you had me arrested tonight, isn't it? Like I always say, if somebody's in the way, throw them in the slammer. Yikes. Tonight, I really thought we finally had him. But my body gave out on me right at the critical moment. It's like a cruel joke. But a joke is a joke! You might as well laugh. Jode! The minister called off the execution order. And while he was at it, he let Detective Jode go free until tomorrow morning, too. That's a pretty extreme while he was at it. Sorry I took so long to get here. You can leave the rest to me. There you go again. You've always been like that. You make everybody else run around, then you swoop in at the last second. Jode. 5 years ago, you left this coat with me, just before you turned yourself in. I promised to give it back to you one day. Yes, his overcoat! Yes, yes! It's so cool. I've been waiting so long, Detective Jode. Waiting for this day to come. Thanks for not giving up on me, Lynn. Okay, I'm off then. Good luck, my old friend. This present you gave me, it's just what I needed. Thank you. Glad you like it. Oh my gosh, they're so cool. Oh my god. Sissel, are you there? Yeah, I'm here. You and I have to go find that man. I need your help. Will you do this with me? Sure, but how? We don't know where the submarine is, and the phone line doesn't work. They use communication cables to make their calls. We'll get you hooked up somehow. You'll see. Could you wait here until we do? Please? Okay, fine. I'm counting on you. This true self you're looking for? I bet you'll find it soon. Alright, I'm leaving. Inspector Cabanella. It's almost dawn. I'm not who I thought I was. I'm actually further from knowing who I am than ever. But now, I don't feel so alone. Each one of us, for his or her own reasons, is looking for the truth. Together, I think we could shed light on these mysteries and drive away the darkness. But it's almost dawn. Wow! Okay, finally I can catch up with chat. Hello, Koopa! Yes! Welcome, welcome. Always great to see you. And you're resting after being at the gym. Ooh, yes! Yes, post-workout relaxation. Great job, by the way. It was just storming super hard over here. Wait, is this dead me? That's the new background? Ooh, we got a song called Ghost Trick. Man, this submarine. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's save it. Yes, we'll continue. We'll be driving the darkness in a car. Horse and buggy? Bus? Oh yes, drive away the darkness. That's a good one, Gary. Also, hello! Welcome in. Yes, if we could get a shout out for Gary too, who recently made affiliate. And yeah, fantastic streamer. Love your Fire Emblem streams. It makes me super excited. Especially Blazing Blade. That's the first one I got into. Yeah, hello. Okay, Lynn kept her promise about getting me hooked up. About 2 hours before dawn, the phone rang. Hello? This is Jode. Sissel, are you listening? We need your powers. No time to talk. We'll be waiting for you. Ooh, control room. Well, you'd better get going. This long night is drawing to an end. Yeah, it looks like it. Thank you for all your help tonight. I'm the one who should be thanking you. At the other end of the phone line, I'm finally gonna find all my answers. I better go. Goodbye, Pigeon Man. I'll miss you. A single telephone line connects me and the other Sissel. But that single line spreads out like a spider's web to ensnare the fates of many people. And I just reached the center of the web. Welcome to the Yonoa. Detective Jode. My detective sense must have gotten rusty. I didn't even sense your presence here in the dark. That's because I switched the power to my mask off, Detective Jode. I used your phone. Hope you don't mind. Egad, never thought, never thought you'd track us here, especially seeing as you're a death row inmate. And I'm equally surprised about your choice of transportation. A submarine, eh? But how did you find us, my man? Not even the police knew where the Unoa was going to surface. Confound it. We detectives have a little saying. If there's something you want to know about a case, ask the criminals. The bullet the man in red was shot with had a radio transmitter in it. I have a little something for you. Cabanela has given me some pretty weird presents in the past, but they always prove useful. This one was a radio receiver, made to look like a pocket watch. Yes, Inspector Cabanela. I hear he's an excellent investigator. By the way, where is that man in red? I know he's on this submarine somewhere. Ah, Cecil, you mean? You can relax. That's nothing but his shell. His shell, eh? His spirit isn't here right now. Most likely, right about now, he's controlling your daughter. Please, I beg you, let my daughter go. If you need a hostage, take me. Just please, let her go. Bah. There's something our nation needs. Cecil has it. That's all we care about, my man. Nothing else matters. However, it would appear Cecil has underestimated us. He's left behind his precious bargaining chip here. Bargaining chip? What? Our nation has already researched it. This product that Cecil has to offer. The source of his powers. What in the world was that? The Temsic fragment. It gives spirits special powers. And now our deal with Cecil is concluded, as far as we're concerned. What are you talking about? Tisk, tisk. What a mistake to make right at the most critical moment. Now then, Detective Jode. Farewell. What? What in the world? The whole room just vanished. Detective Jode! Where did he go? What now? I think I heard an explosion somewhere. In any case, Lynn and the little lady should be here somewhere. I smell danger. I better find them. And fast. Oh, Detective Joan, I hope you're okay, my man. Well, here's the phone. Who's this? So, you're here, huh?
It's Missile!
Yes, I think even I remember who you are by now. What do you suppose that shock was a minute ago?
I have no idea, of course. I'm just a little sheltered apartment dog.
What with my loss of memory, I can't say I'm much better.
Anyway, let's hurry up and go save Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla.
Do you think that trusty nose of yours can sniff them out?
I'm sorry to say, I don't think it can.
Why did I even bother to ask? But you do have the power to swap objects. So let's go find that lady detective and the little lady together.
You got it.
Oh? The telephone is ringing.
Wow! It's Miss Camilla! I just know it! My trusty nose is practically screaming it at me.
I think you'd call that more of a hunch. Anyway, let's get to that phone before it stops ringing.
You bet!
Oh, you game. You have too much faith in my speed. Yeah, okay. Swap? Aha! Yes! The basketball with that one? Actually, I should hold off. Okay, things are working out so far. Oh no! I think I just heard another little explosion in the distance. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Sissel, look! That black hello! It came off the hook!
Uh-oh. I'd better answer it. Fast! I like how Missile doesn't know what the phone's called. It just says... He just calls it a hello. Because that's what people say. Hello? Also, yes, Missile needs a treat. Such a good doggo.
Hello? Hello? Miss Camilla! Miss Camilla!
What is it, Missile?
Oh, Sizzle! Hurry! Hurry!
Okay, I'm coming. The path is right here in front of me. I just have to use it. Trick! I blame Gary for not telling me to raid, otherwise I would have been here sooner. Yeah, no problem, Tinderly. I'm sorry I missed your It Takes Two stream, but it looks like you got pretty far in the game with Morton. But yeah, how was your stream? Let us move.
Hello? Is anybody there?
It's her! The little lady! It's Sissel! Where are you?
Somebody please answer.
I guess she can't hear my voice.
You too, huh? Oh, good. I thought she was ignoring me. Somebody help me. Lynn is...
She said Lynn.
Miss Lynn!
We better hurry.
Let's go, Sissel!
Let's go! You two were drinking while playing that game. That's amazing. Oh my gosh, that sounds like chaotic fun.
It's no use. Nobody's answering. Wait, whoa! Lynn's dead! Miss Camilla! And Miss Lynn! Oh, poor Miss Lynn!
Yeah, she can't seem to catch a break. It looks like another tragedy has happened. Sorry to keep you waiting, little lady.
Sissy! I knew you'd come. Miss Camilla! Miss Camilla! And Missile too! I'm so glad to see you're alright. Well, I wouldn't say I'm alright exactly. Hey, wait a minute. Missile, your voice. I think I remember hearing it somewhere before. What? My voice?
That's right. Camilla has a core now. So that means she did hear Missile's voice before, when he saved her that time.
So that was you, wasn't it, Missile? You're the one who saved me in the park tonight. Thank you. Miss Camilla. I'm so glad I was born your little doggy.
Hey, Missile? Could you stay here and watch over your mistress for a while?
Huh? But don't you need my powers?
I'll see what I can do on my own for a while. After all, you're the only one who can protect her.
Okay, I'll do it. Thank you, Missile. Missile is such a good dog. Oh my god.
Let's see. I accept blame for nothing.
That's the way to go, Gary.
I missed my thoughts. I missed them completely, and now I don't know what I'm thinking. Okay, let's talk to her. Can I talk to you for a minute?
Yes, Sissy?
Could you tell me what happened to you? What happened after I last saw you at your old house?
Oh, let's see. After that, I think I fell asleep. I woke up to the sound of an engine.
So she was already in the submarine by then, eh?
I thought to myself, I have to escape. The next thing I knew, I found myself in this big room. I was so tired, I couldn't move. And then... Camilla! I was so relieved. I don't remember what happened after that.
She must have passed out, the poor thing. You've been through so much. You were very brave.
I think Lynn's probably been through more than me.
You've both been brave.
Okay, let's talk to Missile. I'm sorry I can't help right now, Sissel. But I think I'd better stay with Miss Camilla.
Yeah, that's alright. I think so too. After all, you're the only one who can protect her.
Oh, thank you! Sissel?
Yes?
Could you say that again? I really like the sound of that.
Yeah, maybe later. Oh boy. This little dog. Okay. turn the wheel. Okay. Eh. Lynn, what happened? Oh, Sissel, you're here! Lynn, what in the world happened here? I don't know. Huh? I just sort of blacked out all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't know in that case. And where's Detective Jode? Is he alright? I don't know. Huh? The room he was in just disappeared all of a sudden. Now it's all making even less sense than before. After we left the super's office, we followed after the man in red. We tracked him with that radio transmitter. Inspector Cabanela fired into him with the bullet. The man in red took a boat out to sea from a small harbor on the edge of town. Detective Jode and I managed to secretly stow away on his boat. And then we sneaked onto the submarine with him when it surfaced. Before long, the submarine dove back down again. Detective Jode and I decided to split up. He would take care of the telephone line, and I would look for Camilla. I found Camilla hiding here in the engine room. She had escaped and run away here. Wow, that's quite an adventure. What happened next? I don't know. Huh? There was a flash of white all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead. Oh boy, sounds like it'd be quicker to see for myself. Alright, let's rewind time. And what were all those explosions? What is happening in the submarine? Esionoa engine room. Camilla, are you okay? Whoa! Camilla? Hello, Lynn? Or is it Detective now? It's been 10 years since we last met. Are you really that man from the park 10 years ago? Well, I see there's no need to introduce myself. Give Camilla back! She has nothing to do with any of this! Afraid I can't do that. This is my last chance. The phone is ringing. It's not for me. Nobody ever calls the dead. The fact that you're here means that my revenge plan has failed. Revenge plan? It didn't happen tonight, did it? His execution. Well... Knowing him, I half expected as much. That's why I was waiting here like this, waiting for him to show up. Wouldn't it be just what he wanted? To be executed by his own daughter? I heard about 10 years ago. I feel sorry about what happened to you. But revenge? Nobody could possibly know what I've... What in the world? An explosion? Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. Have I been had? Look out! Revenge, huh? That's a feeling I just can't understand. Of course not. You're not him. She's right. I'm not him, am I? He was going to shoot Detective Jode. As Camilla when he came to rescue her. It's just too horrible. Anyway, let's bring you back to life. Again. You didn't have to add the again part. How many times has she died by now? At least 6 times. Okay, so let's see. The cause of death this time was that mysterious explosion. You're pretty up for a dead woman. You know how detectives love a good mystery? It's like a shot of vitamins. And what do you mean for a dead woman? Anyway, I guess we should look for a way to stop that explosion. Alright, let's do this thing. Finding clues is like a dose of minerals to a detective. I'm afraid with my memory loss, I have no idea what vitamins or minerals are. Okay, let's see what we can do. Nothing! I've done my part. Okay, can I do more? Nope. Eh. Okay, we'll skip through that. Yes, got the gun. A machine gun. Brutal. Brutal bad Sissel. That's a bad Sissel. Okay. Where am I going? There's a lot of objects I can interact with. I can turn this handle. I could turn this wheel. I could turn this wheel. Let's do that. What's this do? Nothing. Maybe I'll answer? It's no use. I can't get the line to work. That's funny. I thought I could use the phone in the past if somebody was calling. What are you talking about? The receiver has to be off the hook first, silly. Well, don't look at me. I can't do it. I don't have any hands or feet right now. Somebody, please answer the phone. If you want something done, you have to do it yourself. Okay, let's turn this wheel. Ta-da! Hey, we somehow managed to knock down the receiver. Somehow managed? Who's to say that's not how I planned it? Come on, hurry! Now's your chance to get on the phone! Oh my gosh, use your phone. Use a phone to order some chicken. Chicken nuggies? Oh, are we getting food? I'd eat a burger right now. Yeah, and a variety pack of dips. You three are making me so hungry right now. What are you doing? I have to save lives. I cannot eat. No time for snacking. Time for saving. Let's see. It might be Detective Jode. She's right. I'd better check it out. Okay, let's hop on the line then. Oh, something looks like it's gonna burst. Hello? Anybody there? If anybody's still there, get yourself here on the double. We're about to head out. Speak up. Why don't you answer? Anyway, come if you're coming. We're leaving. Go there. See you guys. Not my problem. So it must be true what they say. That there are restless ghosts on board. Hey, that's where I started the level. Underneath the control room. Well, there's always time for snacking, Trick. Unless it's Halloween. Then you have to trick or treat. Ah, eat all the treats. And then trick other people to get their treats. That does it! I promised to turn over a new leaf, Mom! He just went through a whole character arc right there. Who is he calling restless ghosts? Well, it's true, neither one of us is really resting in peace. Or ripping in pieces. Anyway, it looks like the sub just lost one of its crew. Guess that means the fate of the sub has changed slightly. We did it! We didn't save someone. Thistle has underestimated us. He's left behind his precious bargaining chip here. Bargaining chip? It's Detective Jode! What's going on there? I saw this little deal go down once before. In just a moment. The man in red is about to get his Temsic fragment taken away. Yeah, should we go and stop that? But what about Camilla? Wait, I like how we just totally abandoned that. Ooh, we can lower some switches. Flip all the switches. Nothing's happening. It sure seems like it should do something. Maybe it's just some kind of ornament? Then we'll flip this one. Boom. It won't budge. Maybe it's broken? Oh well. Guess I don't have to lower it right now. And if I ever had to move it, I could probably get Lynn to do it for me. I don't get it. What's happening? They decided to conclude the deal without the other party present. They're just going to go ahead and steal the Temsic fragment. Huh? But that's cheating! I think we have more important things to think about right now. Where's the Temsic fragment going to go? Okay, no messing around. I got it. We'll go. Yay! I don't know what that did. Oh. Oh, I'm silly. Wait, hold on, you guys, hold on. How do I... Okay. No! No! Ah, I missed it. Let's bring up after the fate change. Okay, take two. Okay. And then we'll, trick the capsule thing. Yes. Phone? No, I don't want that. Let's just hop on this. Whoa, they're all jam-packed in there like sardines. Or anchovies. Which one is it? Which small fish? The Temsic fragment. You're mine at last. Yes, ring pops! Yes! They don't fit my fingers anymore, but they're still pretty tasty. The objective has been achieved. Now we detach the control room as planned. Yes, sir. Farewell, sir.
Sissel, what just happened? The whole room just disappeared, with Detective Jode in it.
Don't worry, Lynn. I bet Detective Jode can take care of himself. The main thing right now is rescuing you and the little lady.
I can't believe this is happening.
Now then, I'd better hurry along before Sissel discovers what he's lost and comes after me. The Yonoa will be his coffin. Whoa. May it lie buried here in the deep sea, forever. Farewell, Sissel.
Oh no. Aha! So that's the cause of that giant explosion.
Huh? What is?
Don't tell me that's another thing you've forgotten. The torpedo! It's like, well, you've heard of a missile before, haven't you?
Yeah, sure. yeah, the dog, right? But a different missile comes more readily to mind.
It looks like he plans to sink the submarine with that thing. This is not good. We have to do something before that torpedo is fired.
Whoa, okay. Lower.
We can't let it launch. But what can we do? Let's just get to the torpedo as fast as we can. Maybe we can find a way to stop it somehow.
Somehow?
A true detective never gives up.
Well, we certainly can't just ignore it. Okay. Power switchboard. Can't do anything. We're on the torpedo.
There's no time! It's gonna launch! Don't worry, we can still find a way to stop it. What? How? Even if the torpedo does launch, we just have to stop it from detonating, right? There's still something we can do. I hope.
Why was the "I hope" at the end of the strongest part of that sentence?
Okay, here goes.
Whoa. Oh.
Wait, there's another Mr. Mouse! What are you doing in there?
How could you, Mr. Mouse? I trusted you. Came along for the ride without giving it too much thought. But was this really the best move?
I think so. We just have to keep it from going off, right?
But how can we save Mr. Mouse? That's the most important thing right now. I'm sure this poor little rat will thank us too. How in the world did it get in here?
Mr. Mouse!
Do you know how our torpedo works? No, I can't say I do. Wow, detectives sure know a lot.
I saw it explained once in a book. On impact, the fuse in the tip is depressed. That in turn sets off the detonator.
The
The detonator, huh? That must be that red button. So how do we stop it? They didn't explain anything about that in the book. Wow, detectives sure know a lot. Or not. Okay. Wait, joint, operate. Mr. Mouse! I'm sorry, are you okay? This looks like just the thing. If we clamp this thing on the fuse, it should keep it from moving. So what does that mean exactly? It means we might be able to stop the torpedo from exploding with this. I have to admit, I don't understand all the details. But I do want to give it a try. But before we can do that, it looks like we have to get something out of the way first, huh? Mr. Mouse, get out of there! Get... Oh yeah, let's examine the detonator. This is probably the detonator. Hey, don't press it! The torpedo will explode! Uh-oh, better be careful. But you know, there should be a safety device around here somewhere. Safety device, huh? That sounds promising. We have to put the safety on before this thing blows up. Okay, the safety on. I think these outside parts are supposed to be weights of some sort. The spinning black things, right? Apparently, their spinning helps the torpedo maintain its balance. They must be pretty heavy. I wonder if we can use these weights to our advantage somehow. Okay, so we... Oh, yeah. We're almost out of time. At this rate, we're gonna blow up the submarine. Uh-oh. We have to set that safety and keep the torpedo from detonating. Yeah, I mean, you try to find a way to stop Mr. Mouse. He is just super comfortable. Like, too comfortable. What? Mr. Mouse with your buff strength! Get out of there! It's a stubborn little thing, isn't it? Quite a worthy adversary. You do know the rat isn't the main focus here, don't you? Okay, true. But until it's out of the way, we can't set the safety device. You're right. If only our missile was here right now. We have to get this little creature to leave somehow. I think we're gonna die. Mr. Mouse, you've killed us all! Please, get out of the way! Get out of the way. Get out of the way. So, I can only stop one? Does it matter which side I stop? Mr. Mouse, please! Oh no! We're out of time! Damn it! We couldn't stop it! I'm sorry, Camilla! I'm sorry, me! I'm sorry, Rat! Mr. Mouse! No! You should have gotten out of the way, Mr. Mouse! What in the world? An explosion? Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. Have I been had? Oh. How could this happen to me? I made a mistake.
This is bad. We couldn't stop the torpedo from launching. Don't worry. If we can stop it from going off, there's still hope, right? Our missile doesn't have one, but usually these kind of missiles have a safety device. It sounds like that safety device is our only hope. I know the safety device, but you tell me how I'm supposed to fight End Boss Mr. Mouse with buff arms. Like, what am I supposed to do to get him out of there? Mr. Mouse is not okay. He got torpedoed, I'm sorry to say. That's the end of Mr. Mouse's adventures. Okay, so let's just stop one at a time and see if it does anything too. Like, I wonder if we can stop one of these gyroscopes and like cause the missile to be unbalanced and tip the mouse off, you know? Okay, so I'll just stop this. Okay, doesn't do anything. What if I stop at the bottom? Okay, nothing. Uh-oh. Let's do the same thing for the right side. Okay. Whoop, nope. Okay, no. Maybe I just need to be quick to try to, like, stop them both. Or do they also have to be stopped at the same part? Oh no! No! Oh. No! If he was in the torpedo, I think he enjoyed the ride. It was like driving really fast. Sonic's origin story. Oh man. No! Or if he likes to ride. Whee! Until he dies, then no! I'm confused. How do I get the mouse off? I tried stopping both the gyroscopes. Maybe, maybe here and then anything? Oh, come on, Mr. Mouse. Stop resisting! You'll get tired someday! Oh, he's so persistent! Does he turn into fireworks at the end? We don't even get to see fireworks. Okay, I'm at a loss. I'm legit at a loss. I've tried stopping the gyroscopes when they're uneven, like here, top, and the left one at the bottom. That didn't tilt the missile. I tried it the opposite way, didn't do anything. I tried to stop them when they're both up. I think when they were both down, and it didn't do anything. So, I don't know. How do I get the missile to not be balanced? By giving it motion sickness? I am seriously at a loss. No, Gary. It looks like I have to activate this That's the safety device. So that's how I stopped this torpedo. It presses down. It clamps down so this won't decompress that button. But Mr. Mouse here will not get off the striker. And I can't depress the safety device. I don't know how to get him, like, off. Look at him! This guy just staring at us while we die. This is a tough one. It looks so simple. Maybe you need to switch it to Wumbo. Ah, yes. Yeah, I had it set to Mumbo. That was my problem. My bad. Thank you so much, Carrie. Okay, so let's read this again. I think these outside parts are supposed to be weights of some sort. Yeah, spinning black things. Their spinning helps the torpedo maintain its balance. It must be pretty heavy. I wonder if we can use these weights to our advantage somehow. Oh, thank you, Uzi. The weights need to be synced exact. They can look synced but not be. Oh, wow, so I have to just, like, be fast? Common mistake. Also, please tell me you that reference. I was thinking, like, SpongeBob? But okay. So we have to stop the gyroscopes around the same time? No, that's not it. Dang! Yes! That's it! Woozy, thank you so much! Thank you for looking up tips. Thank you so much. Great! We've dumped the little creature off. Wow, those weights were heavy enough to turn the whole torpedo over. Now for that safety device. Right. Yes! So long, Mr. Mouse. There we go. Good as new. There, we clamped the safety device on. We did it! That should keep this torpedo from exploding. But there's just one problem. Problem? What's that? The torpedo is still going to impact. We can't do anything about that. Uh-oh. Oh no! Thanks for the GGs, but we've ruined the submarine. What was that noise? It looks like the torpedo still hit the submarine. But it looks like the submarine is still okay. This changes everybody's fate, including the little rats. Sissel, we did it! Fate averted, boom! Thank you everyone for the GGs. Thank you, Gary, Woozy, and Tinnerly. No GGs for the Mr. Mouse though. He could have killed us. What's the matter? You still look unhappy. Thank you also for Ilya. I see you there. We stopped the torpedo from blowing up. But we still opened up a gaping hole in the submarine. You're right. I guess that's just what missiles do. They're unstoppable. Huh? Am I hearing things? Anyway. I guess we'd better get back to the present as quickly as we can. Right. I'm worried about Camilla. Wait, what was that voice? What was that green text voice? Was that you, Ilya? You're there lurking the whole time? We managed to stop death for now, but it hasn't disappeared altogether. It's now slowly, but surely filling the room. Uh-oh. Water is seeping in through the hole where the torpedo hit. forgot to get them out of here. I better go meet up with Lynn. Okay. Ooh, a starter, we can operate that. Yeah, let's just do that. Oh yeah, I don't know if this is dangerous. The lights went out, but this machine apparently still works. Unfortunately, I guess it won't run for very long. But maybe I can use its movements to help me create a path. Oh yeah, sorry Ilya, there was just a random voice during one of the scenes, talking. And I jokingly commented that it was you. Because it was right at the same time you posted like the sip emote. I'd better hurry over to Lynn. It's not safe to stay here. I just don't have the power to stop that water from coming in. Okay, so we'll take advantage of that. Maybe? Each of the 3 machines is equipped with a fan. Now that I take a closer look, it appears there are 2 sizes of fans. Okay. Eh. Okay, got it. No! No! Aha! Haha, got it. Small fan. Wheel. Pipe. Well, lots of pipes. Lynn. Camilla, you're awake. How do you feel? I'm so sorry. Sorry, I pointed that gun at you. Don't worry about that. That wasn't you. Miss Camilla! Oh, Missile, you're here. Oh, poor Miss Camilla. Miss Lynn, what should we do? We have to get out of here before any more water comes in. Sissel should be along any second. I knew Sissy would come. And Missy is here too. I'm so happy everybody's going to be with me now. Sissy and Missy. Oh no! Camilla! Miss Camilla! I'll get you out of here. If it's the last thing I do! Oh, I think I'm going to cry. Or whimper, as the case may be. I better send a signal to Lynn that I'm here. Before it's too late. Okay. Okay, I had said I'd get you out of here, Camilla. But it's so dark, I can barely see. Now what? Out of ideas already, eh? I think she's asking for my help. I should send her a signal. Ta-da! Oh, look at that flashlight. It's Sissel! He's here! Up you go! I'm glad you're here, Sissel. Sorry for the wait. It looks like this room is gonna fill up with water fast. We'd better get out that door as quick as we can. We won't be getting out that door, I'm afraid. The water pressure is too great already. I can't open it. What? What does water pressure mean? Think of it as the force of the water holding the door closed. The water level keeps getting higher and higher in here. So the only way out of here is up, huh? Exactly. Okay, got it. Let's look for a path that goes up. Hey, look at that ladder. I wonder if we can get it down somehow. Good idea. Let's try it. Oh, and by the way... Yes? I can't swim. Neither can Camilla. Don't you have any good news for me? Let me think about it. In the meantime, can you hurry, please? Okay. Let's talk to her real quick. There must be a switch or something somewhere that lowers the ladder. Provided the person who designed the sub didn't miscalculate the ladder length. I didn't even consider that a possibility. And I have to warn you, I can't swim. Neither can Camilla. Yeah, you already told me. Okay. Some kind of thing. Oh, or maybe here? Here? No. Let's just turn this handle. Okay. Oh, yes, yes, the steam moved the glove down. Thank you. Fuse box. Open. There's a door here, too. But it's stuck or something. I can't open it. I'll leave it to your superhuman strength, detective. Okay. Yes! You did it, Sissel! Thanks! Eek! What was that? It looks like water seeping in isn't the only thing we have to worry about. Huh? Sissel! The flashlight doesn't work anymore! Hey, don't get mad at me. Maybe the contacts are bad or something. Hey, I know! You can fix it with your powers. Okay, now that's just taking things too far. Boom. Oh, hey, great! Did you used to be an electrician in your past life or something? That's a cruel question, considering the circumstances. Now, all we have to do is get to that door, and we're safe. Eek! Oh no, you lost the flashlight! Wait, that was me! I'm gone! Oh no. This situation is impossible. We're doomed. Ow. What happened now? It looks like the submarine decided to rear up on its hind legs. I Can't believe we're still okay after that fall. Either we're really lucky, or we're dead and we just haven't realized it yet. Oh, come on now. As if the latter could be true. Uh-oh. What now? The water sure is rising fast. Come on. You'll just have to go up. Up to the top. Let's see how I can help with my ghost tricks. This is crazy! This is so crazy! Well, well. I think I see a familiar flame over there. Sizzle! There you are! How's it going? How's it going? I'd say it was going pretty badly. You do understand how dangerous this situation is, don't you? Of course. After all, just ask anybody who knows me how much I hate taking a bath. Maybe he's been in danger of drowning before himself. Okay, ready to create a path for these ladies? Of course! I like how Missile thinks the only threat is water from taking a bath. Okay, what can we do? I'll need your help. Missile? Ah. Sure. Ah. Yeah. Why'd I do that? Where am I going? Yeah, just swap all that. We'll swap that one too, and swap this one. I feel like I shouldn't have even been messing with that stuff. And we'll just swap these. There you go. Good as new. Go up is easier said than done when I'm holding Camilla. I know. We're gonna try to create a path for you somehow. The water just keeps on rising. Please hurry. Oh, and by the way, did I ever tell you you can't swim? Neither can Camilla. Oops, I already said that, didn't I? Okay, well, good luck. Okay, what did we do? We we swapped a bunch of stuff. And now it sucks. Am I supposed to trick something? Starter, operate. Okay. How much did I mess up these fans? These pistons sticking out right in front of me. It's almost like they're taunting me. Maybe it's a challenge. Might be just that. Think you can climb them? If I wasn't holding Camilla, I could probably do it easily. Sissel! You're not telling Miss Lynn to leave poor Miss Camilla behind, are you? Could you just be quiet for a minute, Missile? Those pistons sure do look like they could be used to our advantage. Okay, so maybe largest to smallest. Uh-oh, the water is still rising. It's up to my knees. And it's freezing cold! Just hold on. We better create a path. Fast. Hang in there, Miss Lynn! Thanks, Missile. Okay. We just gotta swap the two fans. Not that one. Swap this one with that one. Okay, and let's see how it goes after I trick it. There! How about that? Wow, this is great! You made a staircase for me! You'd better hurry. I don't think that water is gonna wait for you. Time to bring out the socks. Whoa, jeez. Ouch! Now the steam is getting in the way. It's too hot to get through. What? There's no way to go around either. Think you could do something? Of course we can. We have to. Okay, I already know which pipes I need to swap. Yeah, all the socks. Here. Swap this one. No. Swap this one with that one. Look at this! If I swap the pipes, it changes how the steam comes out, huh? Oh, I get it! Because the cracks in each pipe are different, right? So each pipe sprays out the steam in a different way, eh? I bet that will come in handy. Oh, I still need to change the top one. With which one? This one? Oh no! Here comes that water again. Oh, I wish I could drink it all up for you. No, Missile! It's too salty! I think the more relevant point is that he's dead, so he can't drink it. Whatever! Just do something about this steam! Leave it to me, Miss Lynn! Thanks, Missile. Aren't the bottom two correct? I mean... This wasn't right? Like, she could just time it and just go. Dude, just go! Eh. Oh no! Oh no! The water is getting really close now! Not that I could see all that well with all the steam here. Missile will switch the pipes around so you can get across. That's right! Don't give up, Miss Lynn! My back is really starting to hurt. She's dead! Hi. Like, cause these two blow down. Eh? Lady, I don't know what you want from me. The top two blow steam. Like, blow steam downwards and upwards. You couldn't take a little warm mist? Hey, that was no warm mist! It was boiling hot steam! Anyway, it looks like you're the key player for this one, Missile. But I don't think my powers alone are going to be enough. So by closing this valve, I've shut off the steam flow to that first pipe. Oh. Okay. Eh? Clear the same challenge. I'm sorry that I keep messing up, game. Don't judge me. Here comes that water again. Oh, I wish I could, yeah, drink it all up. Oop. Oh my gosh. Yes? No? No, not at all. Okay, well, yeah, so this needs to be that one. There! How does that look? It looks great! All that horrible steam is cleared out of the way now. Okay, it's not far now. Try to move forward. Ouch. Look up there! If I can just make it to that door. We can escape! Now how in the world am I going to get up there? Don't yell at me. If you want to yell, you can yell at me. Missile. How can I yell at you when you're so sweet about it? I think you just did. Let's look for something to pull Miss Lynn up with. Yes, something to whisk Miss Lynn up and glide her ever so gently to the top with. Hey, are you being sarcastic? Okay. No, we're not sarcastic, we're just yanking your chain. As soon as I could get up there. Ah! Alright! Now this is what I'm talking about. Okay, rise away. Raise away. There you go. You have risen. Ugh. Sorry, I can't do it. Open it, hurry. Is that any way to ask for something? You have raisined. It's no use. I cannot raisin. I can't budge it. It must be stuck. Oh no! this way! Eek! What just happened? I can't believe my eyes. Lynn and the little lady suddenly vanished, leaving only darkness and seawater. The submarine continues to sink down into the deep, deep sea. I still want to try and make my way up, as far as possible. I still want to head up, to find a single ray of light to illuminate the truth at the bottom of this deep, deep darkness. The final struggle. Well, I struggled alright, but I don't think it's my final one. Woo! Alright, let's continue. Getting closer. Ooh, chapter 17. This is the second to final chapter. The upended submarine continues to sink slowly but surely. A long, long journey to the bottom of the sea. Lynn and the little lady found the darkness and the saltwater closing in on them. But at the very last second, something saved them. Now it looks down at them quietly. My head is filled with one giant question. What in the world is this thing? Eek! I see you managed to survive, Detective. Hey! You were... Excuse my appearance. I seem to have lost my body. Oh, and you there. You're the ghost who's been saving Lynn all evening, aren't you? You knew about me all along? Of course. What else would explain all those unnatural things happening? If you knew, how come you didn't do anything about it all this time? And how come you decided to save us all of a sudden? I thought you wanted to get revenge on us. I don't really know. Please, you gotta tell me. I need to know. Who in the world are you? Sissel, look at you. What happened? I can't hold on to that image of myself any longer. You can't remember who you are? That's right. I came all this way tonight, trying to chase down my lost memory. For quite a bit of tonight, I thought I was you, Sissel. Sissel? My name isn't Sissel. I bet you'll remember really soon. Who you are, and who I am, too. What? The man in front of me is not me. I'm even further away from the truth. Or maybe not. Something is stirring in my mind. A memory about to emerge. Do I know this man? Now that I've shed my image of myself, I feel like I'm one step closer to the truth. They got us good. It's all over for this submarine. Its engine room is destroyed. There's a hole in the hull, and it's sinking as we speak. What are you doing here? I thought you had a deal with those people. They betrayed me. I was a fool to trust them. They already have what they wanted now. The Temsic fragment. I didn't know they had it all figured out. You mean they figured out the source of your powers? Yeah, that meteorite's radiation has two effects on living creatures. It gives power and time. If you don't mind, we'd like to hear more. The radiation's power effect. These 10 years. I've been watching that junkyard superintendent do his research. And I think I've kind of got some of it figured out. The meteorite's radiation gives spirits special powers. Like possessing and manipulating objects. And in my case, swapping objects. Exactly. Apparently, there are individual differences in the powers we get. And it seems these powers change as time goes by. They do? Yeah. My powers have changed over these past 10 years. At first, I could only manipulate small living creatures. Now then, how do you suppose we got these powers? It's simple. It is? How then? In a nutshell, we died while exposed to the energy emitted by the meteorite. It's radiation. That's what does it? Dying while being exposed to the radiation? On that day 10 years ago, a fragment of that meteorite pierced my heart, and I died. So, of course, I received special powers. Hey, wait a minute! Is that how I got my powers too? You know, you might be right. Aren't the Tepsic fragments still right there in that park, at the bottom of the crater? You're right. So, that must mean I must have died in the presence of the meteorite's radiation, too. Oh, poor Missile. Oh. The radiation's time effect. Another effect the meteorite's radiation has on us is that it gives us time. Again, I think this time effect is centered around the theme of death, but it's not all that clear. So the fact that I can return to 4 minutes before a person's death is another effect of that meteorite? One of the characteristics of that meteorite is its ability to replay the moment of death. Replay the moment of death? Ah, this is all so strange and confusing! I can't take it all in. It makes about as much sense to me as anything else. Yeah, strange and confusing. That just about sums up the object that pierced my body that day. Thanks to that meteorite fragment, my very existence is a contradiction. What do you mean? Contradictory existence. That day, when the fragment pierced my heart, I lost my life. However, because it remained inside of me, that fragment continued to constantly regenerate my body. In other words, my body was continuously cycling between the moments that had separated my life and death.
What?
My body's vital function stopped 10 years ago. But my body's time is perpetually stopped at the moment just before death. Time just stopped, huh? So I just simply existed, not really alive and not really dead. That pretty much sums up these last 10 years for me, ever since that incident in the park. My body hasn't aged a day. My hair hasn't grown an inch. Come to think of it, that old pigeon guy mentioned something. He said he couldn't cut this guy's body with a scalpel. So I guess as soon as an incision was made, his body would be regenerated. Wow. Okay, and about his revenge. Before I left this country, I wanted to do one thing. I wanted to get revenge on the people who stole our lives. Our lives? As part of the deal, I made those guys promise to cooperate.
Cooperate? You mean the kidnapping?
It all went fine. I manipulated the justice minister and made him issue the execution order. But I thought he might call off the execution at the last second. So that's why you wanted his daughter kidnapped. But they kidnapped the wrong girl. Little did I know. They had their own reasons for cooperating with me.
Huh?
Their objective was to wipe out everybody who had to do with Temsic. Detective Jode was one such person, so they were happy to cooperate. Inspector Cabanela and that junkyard super, they were slated to be wiped out too. And, as it turns out, I was one of their targets as well. So they stole my Temsic fragment, and here I am. But they had one more, final target. You, detective.
Me?
The one final target. If you weren't there in the park that day 10 years ago, I never would have thought of doing something as stupid as taking a hostage.
Okay.
But I was just a little kid playing in the park. Yeah, I know.
Huh?
10 years later, and you'd become a detective, looking into Jode's case. Tonight, I invited you to a quiet spot on the edge of town. It was a trap, you see. I told you who I was. You never saw my face that day 10 years ago. So of course, you didn't recognize me. I took possession of you to make you shoot me. Your subconscious resisted me. Such incredible power. It was the first time I wasn't able to control somebody completely. The aim was off, and the first shot missed the mark. The junkyard was equipped with security cameras. I knew you'd be wanted for murder. That was my plan, anyway. But they had other ideas. They simply wanted you wiped out. But then, something threw a big monkey wrench into their scheme. I showed up. I was supposed to meet up with them after that. But then something went wrong. What happened? My body disappeared. Aha! The inspector in white was responsible for that one. My precious bargaining chip was in that body. I had to get it back, no matter what. That inspector caused me no end of trouble. But why were those people targeting me? I never even heard of the Temsic meteorite. Because you were looking into the Jode case. They thought you would find out about Temsic sooner or later. Phone has gone into bedtime mode. Oh, yes, good night, Tenderly. Thank you again for stopping by. Hope you get some good night Z's. And that's pretty much the whole story. The only thing left to do now is wait for water pressure to crush this submarine. Oh no! There are no cores that link from here to the water surface. I have an idea! We hook up the phone line and... There are no communication cables down this deep. They meant for this submarine to be my coffin. A coffin for the dead. There's no escape. I think I kind of understand now. What you've been feeling these 10 years. You what? This feeling, cut off from the world, all alone in a submarine, sinking slowly toward the bottom of an endless sea. This must be how you felt all along. Lynn? Camilla! Is it true? We're stuck here? What? Oh, If my dad was here, I bet he'd save us. Oh, Camilla! I'm so sorry! That's funny. What is it, Sissel? There's something I don't understand. Why would they go to all the trouble of detaching the control room? What? Why didn't they just steal the Temsik fragment and escape if that's what they wanted? Why did they have to jettison your body off into the sea? That's a good question. But I guess it doesn't matter why now. We'll never find it again. We have no idea where it was launched to. Wait a minute! Yes, we do! This will tell us where Detective Jode is. That present from the Inspector in White. That's right! Detective Jode told me to hold on to it for him. Blech. And the bullet is still in this person's body in the command room, right? Then we should be able to tell exactly where it is with this. But... even if we find out where it is, how do we get there? We should be able to figure something out between the three of us. With our powers? Right, Miss Lynn? Right! Oh, and wait a minute. What about a torpedo? A torpedo? In any case, it's way too early to give up. It looks like Detective Jode is our last hope. Come on, let's get started. Okay, let's talk to everyone. Okay, what do we do now? We go find the command room that was launched somewhere into the sea. What? How? Just to let you know, I don't like water very much. According to Lynn, the key to our plan is our torpedo. Kind of a missile. Missile? You have a missile right here! I don't think she's talking about that kind of a missile. Now then, where did we see another torpedo? So, my dad isn't here on the submarine? Don't worry, we're going to go get him right now. Okay. I hope I didn't hurt Lynn's feelings when I said about my dad saving us if he was here. Oh, don't worry about that. Comments like that just roll right off Miss Lynn's back. She's really thick-skinned. Ouch. I'm going to start being tougher too. I want to make my dad proud of me. Miss Camilla. I'm sure your dad is very proud of you, Camilla. So his shell is definitely there in the command room, right? Just without the fragment? It's there, yeah. I don't know about calling it a shell. Detective Jode's watch will tell us exactly where it is. Right. He said it was a radio receiver, didn't he? There might still be another torpedo on this submarine. If we use it, we can get to Detective Jode. That's a brilliant plan, Detective. You think so? So, what are you gonna do? Ride on the top of the torpedo? Of course not! You guys are going to go! Darn, I kind of wanted to see that. Did you want to see me drown? Okay. Ah, grapes. Yes. When in fear of drowning, eat your grapes. Why is this machine shoving grapes at me? Well, this looks like the private cabin of the top officer, doesn't it? This machine is probably for feeding him grapes while he lies in bed. Oh, it sounds heavenly! I've been thinking about this for a while now. But don't you think that country's use of technology is just a little off? Says the guy who made a deal with said country. Anyway, it looks like the arm of this machine is a bit busted. Oh yes, let's dial! Torpedo room! The torpedo room, huh? There might be another torpedo left there. I'll go check it out. Oh, I get it! You're going to use a missile to ram the control room! Well, I don't know about ram. We don't want to blow Detective Jode up, but something like that. We'll climb up to the torpedo room too. Up is definitely safer. Okay, I'll see you there then. It looks like the torpedoes can be launched manually with these switches. There are 2 tubes, so there should be 1 more left. I guess the first thing we have to do is load it into the tube. When it comes to missiles, you can count on me! I'll enter the coordinates of the command room into the torpedo. Alright, just turn on the backup power. We ought to be able to use the switches now. Okay, let's try it. Good luck! How's it going there? I'm just calculating the command room's coordinates now. I have to put in a slight offset though. Don't want to blow it up. I'm sure Detective Jode would appreciate that. Well, leave this to me. Good luck with loading the missile. Okay, thanks. That's so impressive that she could do that. So let's use it. This switch won't budge. Maybe it's broken? I don't think the entire device is broken though. It would probably work just fine if only I could move this switch. We'll just have to find a way to move it somehow. But I can't do it with my powers alone. What will happen to these 2 ladies? I think that's up to us and our powers. What? This is no time to be standing around, unsure of ourselves. Will you lend me your strength, Missile? Me? Of course I will. Count on it. Turn? Ah, what? There we go. There we go! That torpedo looks serviceable. All set on this end too. But something's odd. What is? The command room. It looks like it's slowly sinking. Sinking? What are you thinking about? Yeah, it's like it's completely run out of power. I wonder what happened. I don't know. I guess I'll find out. Right. Okay, hop into the missile. I'll launch it for you. Okay, thanks. So that's kind of brutal. Like, I'm gonna hop onto this torpedo. And, they're probably gonna drown while I'm trying to hit the control room. I've already set the torpedo's course. It'll head toward the command room where Detective Jode is. 12 seconds after launching, it'll pass by the command room for an instant. That instant will be your window of opportunity to jump over to the command room. Okay, got it. And then we'll find a way to come back and save you. It'll probably be my last task tonight. Just hold on until we get back. Okay, come on, Missile. Missile? I'm sorry. I can't go. What? I just can't. How could I leave? I can't leave Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla behind. I can't do it. Missile. I swapped the switches so the missile can be launched. You'll have to do the rest, Sissel. I can't do it either. I can't ask Missile to come with me after that. I understand exactly how he feels. I want you to go, Missile. What? But Miss Lynn! You staying here won't change our fate. But if you go with Sissel, you might be able to make something happen. And that's our only hope. But what if that something doesn't happen? I'll never be able to see you again. Never ever again. Even I can understand that. I couldn't stand that. Don't worry, Missile. Miss Camilla? I just know you and Sissy can make something happen. I believe in you. I'll be right here waiting for you. We'll see each other then. Don't worry. Miss Camilla! That's a good boy, Missile. Now, are you ready? Remember, it's 12 seconds after I throw this switch. We're ready. Sissel? Yes? We never found out who you really were. But that doesn't matter now. All I know is, I'm truly glad I met you tonight. Thank you for everything. And I'm glad I met you, Detective. But we're going to see each other again. Right, Sissy? Right, Missile? That's right. We promise, little lady. Of course we will. I'll never forget you, no matter what happens. Here goes then. Good luck, friend! We have to do it! We have to do it, Woozy! Oh my gosh. We're gonna die at the submarine. These 12 seconds are lasting an eternity. I strive to think of a way to save Lynn and the little lady the whole time. But how can a ray of light, of hope, reach this far down into the deep sea? Before I can think of an answer, the 12 seconds are up.
Detective Jode! I bet that big masked man did this. I'm going to bite him. You'd better not. He might break your teeth. The command room has lost power and is sinking. So I wonder what this masked man is going to do. Let's talk to Detective Jode. Oh, wait, body. Can't reach it. Sorry for the wait, Detective Jode. Who are you? Are you Sissel? Please excuse my appearance. I can't believe you made it here. How is Camilla? And what about Lynn? Well, it's kind of a long story. I told Detective Jode about everything that happened on the submarine Yonoa. So the submarine is badly damaged? Why would he do that to his own submarine? I wish I knew. I know the answer to that one. It's because he's afraid of my powers. You! You followed us? I didn't even notice. It's been 10 long years, Detective Jode. Are you... Yomil? So you remember me, do you? How could I possibly forget? So that's your real name, huh? Yomil? I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. That's right. But those people on the Yonoa were calling you Sissel. That's just an alias I was using for my deal with them. I didn't see any need to tell them my real name. Could you do me a favor? Would you let me ask you some questions? I've been trying to find out my true identity all night. Sure, go ahead. I'm sure there's plenty we can still tell you. Right, Detective Jode? Right. About Yomil. 10 years ago. You were a top systems engineer, weren't you? Systems engineer? What's that? By the way, I'm a top Pomeranian, you know. Well, it's kind of hard to explain to a dog, but it's a person who's good at using computers. I don't mean to brag, but I was one of the best in the industry. That's how I got roped into joining that project. Project? What project? It was a project aimed at reorganizing the nation's top secret information. The goal was to build a new system using multi-dimensional programming theory. I was asked to join the project by an agent of the government. It doesn't sound like something a top Pomeranian would know anything about. To me, it just sounded like another challenging job. However, this project was also the target of a secret plot. I bet you can imagine the kind of crime the nation's top secrets might attract. I never thought for the life of me I'd ever have to deal with spies. It was never made public, but every organization in the country moved on this one. And then, one day, the name of a certain programmer emerged as a suspect. I was the guy who built the core of the system. The police arrested you, and then that incident happened. He escaped from the interrogation room and took little Lynn as a hostage.
way, Detective Jode. When was it that I was proven innocent? About 6 months after your death. I'm so sorry, Yomil. Okay, the real motive for revenge. 10 years ago. My soul was split from my body, and I lost everything. I was sealed in eternal darkness. I existed in this world, no question about that. But nobody noticed my presence. What good were my powers? They didn't help anybody. Not even the passage of time could heal my pain. In fact, it only made it worse. I wanted to disappear. But I wasn't even allowed to do that. The way Lynn described it is exactly right. Sinking slowly toward the bottom of an endless ocean. Or sea, an overwhelming feeling of loneliness and despair. I wanted all of you to suffer what I was suffering. And so that's why you murdered Alma. That's right. I wanted you to know what it was like to lose everything you cared about. I wanted you to feel the same pain I felt. What? It was a twisted wish of a mind poisoned by infinite loneliness. And then, as I was plotting my revenge, I had an idea. I came up with a plan to use these powers of mine to make a deal. The deal. There's something I just don't understand about that deal. I'm sure your powers would be very valuable to them. But what would you get out of the deal? A new life? Life? I asked them for 2 conditions. Number 1 was that they help me with my revenge plot. And the second was a rebirth for me. Rebirth. A new beginning, eh? I didn't care if it was a fake life, an artificial life. I just wanted a physical receptacle for my soul. A name, an identity, an everyday life. I wanted to grow old in a society that would accept me. And finally, I wanted to die, surrounded by a loving family. That's the kind of life I asked them for. A completely man-made life. That's right. I know I couldn't hope for anything more than that. To make it all come true, I know it would take a lot of money and a lot of power. That's why I decided to ask a national government to help me. And the response, in the end, was betrayal. The betrayal... They were making their moves much more carefully than I suspected. They sent spies to this country and researched my powers on their own. And they even figured out what Temzik was all about. And you had no idea they were doing all this? None at all. I was a fool. So then, why did they go to all the trouble of making a deal with you? Why didn't they just steal a hunk of the Temzik meteorite from the park? they couldn't. Huh? After the manipulator incidents, research was conducted in this country too. A report was submitted to the government about the source of the manipulator's power. By Inspector Cabanella and the old pigeon guy, eh? At first, the government didn't believe their report. But then, they decided to put the park under surveillance, just in case. Surveillance, huh? It just looks like an ordinary, peaceful park, but there are armed agents there at all times. The guy? Don't tell me that odd leaflet guy is one of them. No, not him. He's just a plain old odd person. Okay. Don't mind him. That park is like a silent battlefield on an international scale. So that's why they couldn't steal the Temsic meteorite. And lately, under the pretense of building a housing site, they've been working on a plan to destroy that park in order to secure the Temsic meteorite. So that's it, eh? So the upshot of your grand deal was this, eh? Yeah, it's the ending I deserve. But at least there's one thing you must be happy about. What's that? You've managed to seal me away at the bottom of the sea forever. Well, shall we get started? Started with what? Bringing Detective Jode back to life, of course. What? What good will that do now? But we promised! We promised Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla we'd save them! And we can't do that without you, Detective Jode. I've been guided by fate tonight to this place. I won't give up now. Alright, fine. Let's see where it leads us. Here we go then. Back to 4 minutes before your death. Let's go! Okay, the control room. So, where are we headed? We're not headed anywhere, Detective. What? There was only enough fuel on board to launch us away, Detective. We will run out soon, and that will be our destination, Detective. What are you talking about? That would mean that you're trapped here too! What? By the way, I am not human, Detective. I'm a remote-controlled robot, Detective. What? Your country's use of technology is just plain off. We get that a lot, Detective. Why would you go to all the trouble to do this? It's nothing but a shell there. It's hardly a threat anymore. Commander Sith likes to provide against any possibility, no matter how small, Detective. Possibility? What are you talking about? There's no need for you to know, Detective. Oh no. Now it's time to say goodbye, Detective. In the end, your fate remains the same, it seems, Detective. Grrr! Camilla, forgive me. It isn't over yet. It isn't? Remember what that big masked man said? Any possibility, no matter how small. Possibility. In other words, there must be a chance here somewhere. The possibility of turning this situation around. Is the O'Meal guy gonna help us? Okay. Huh? What is it, Detective? Look at Yomiel's shell. There's no aura emanating from his body. Of course there isn't. The Temsik fragment is gone. Could this change in the shell give us some kind of lead? Oh, can he jump in there? And then you know what they would call it? Ghost in the shell. I'll be here all night. I figured it out. I know what this possibility, no matter how small, is that they're afraid of. What is it? My time was perpetually stopped thanks to the power of Temsik. His body cycled between the moments that separated his life and death. Right, but not anymore. The Temsik fragment has been taken away. Exactly. So what does that mean? I get it! Your body won't come back to life anymore. The moment the Temsik fragment was removed, my shell became a regular corpse. So, let's see. That means we can go back? Back to 4 minutes before your death? But, wait a minute! Exactly when is that death? That's simple. We'll find out. When we get there, let's move! Wow, we're gonna go all the way back! Rewind, dude! Back to like 10 years ago? Oh my god! Gonna cause a paradox. Yeah, forward to the past! Daylight savings time! I fell back through the cracks of time for what seemed like forever. And then I saw it. The final death at the end of this long night. Who exactly am I? I've already seen all of the clues. All I have to do now is remember. The final journey to the truth starts now. We did it. Haha, that artwork is so creative and cool. Save. All right, everyone. This is the last the last chapter. It says final chapter. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Absolutely love this game so much. When was Yomiel's death? It was 10 years ago when the Temsik meteorite fell. We traveled back through time, and now we're here, at the scene of that death. The start of it all is about to replay itself. Temsic Park, 5:26 p.m. It's ready!
Hold it! Give it up. Do you really think you can outrun me?
Eek!
Now just calm down and drop that weapon! Stay back! If you come any closer, I'll shoot her!
Cat?
Huh? Oh, a kitten. Shoot! You might get hurt. Are you okay? You're all right now. Are you hurt?
You saved me, mister?
I was just doing my job. The gods, they're the ones who saved you.
What's your job, mister?
Me? I'm a police detective. So that's the Temsic meteorite, eh? It's beautiful, looking at it from this angle. It changed all of our fates completely. We can't stop Temsic from falling from the sky. But we might be able to protect you from that fragment and save your life. I don't know. What's the matter, Detective Jode? To be perfectly honest, I'm scared. If that meteorite fragment doesn't get him, I'm pretty sure I would have shot him. We might not be able to change your fate of dying. I can accept that. What I did is inexcusable. No matter how the future might change, that fact will never go away. If my fate is to die here, then I accept that. This will be our last battle against fate. Beyond that will be a new future.
Okay, let's get started.
Oh, this is nuts!
Now, how are we gonna save you?
If Lynn would just wander off somewhere, that would solve everything. When her sweet potato is almost ready, she's not gonna budge from that spot.
But, you know, it makes me wonder. A little girl, all alone in the park, listening to music and roasting a sweet potato. What kind of childhood did this girl have? Doesn't everybody have at least one day in their life like that? Give her a break!
Anyway, if Lynn won't budge from that spot,
then we'll just have to move, have the fragment move instead.
Doesn't everyone have a day where you're just alone in the park roasting a sweet potato? I'd like to have a day like that. It sounds quite nice.
Okay, so we're gonna swap a Rooney with something. What? Nozzle? Eh? Okay, there's a basket, there's roasted sweet potato, headphones. Miss Lynn looks so happy! Sure, she's happy. She's about to eat some sweet potato. And that happiness is about to be shattered in a single instant. When she drops her sweet potato! I don't think you're seeing the big picture. Anyway, we have to keep our eyes peeled for a chance to make our move. Right! We won't drop the ball or the sweet potato.
Yeah, Sweet Park Potato Day. The holiday sweet.
I don't think we could do anything yet. Okay, trick time! Okay, I can't do anything yet, I think. Oh yeah, let's examine this. What in the world is this thing? Oh boy, you even forgot what a sweet potato is? It's a roasted root vegetable. It's good. There's nothing like them on a cold winter's day. They're sweet and they smell delicious. These guys sure are making me want to try one. Okay, let's turn up the headphones ladder. What are you doing? You're going to hurt poor Miss Lynn's ears. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. You really startled her. You even made her drop her sweet potato. I know how much this girl loves her food, too. Anyway, at least her fate has changed, albeit ever so slightly. Da-da-da, fate changed.
Poor sweet potato. I would eat it.
Would you eat a 4 sweet potato if it fell on a bundle of leaves? Oh, let's rock. Let's rock it. Rock it. Yeah. It's in the water. Okay, let's move missile there, I guess. Can I do anything with the nozzles? I can spray! Yes! Boom!
Okay.
Oh! Look at that sweet potato! That big scary sweet potato!
That's Mino!
That's not a sweet potato missile. That's Mino. Oh, right. Of course. But look at them. The potato and Mino. Right now, they both have the same shape. So you're saying you could swap them, huh? Good idea, Missile. Okay, here I go. I'm going to need your help. My help? Okay. Oh, yes. Yeah. I'm gonna need some help going over there. Can I get the basket in the water? Get the basket. It looks like the basket is empty now. Did Lynn think she was gonna eat both of those huge sweet potatoes? Who knows? There might even have been more than 2. When Miss Lynn finds out her sweet potato is gone, she might cry very loudly. Are we trying to make her out to be some kind of sweet potato freak? Okay, but how do I go over there? How do I do that? Like, I need to trick this nozzle, but I don't know how to get over there. Maybe it's a case of waiting? It's about time for that meteorite to come down. Uh-oh, we have to change the fragment's path somehow. It looks like both paths and fates can be difficult things to change. There has to be a way! If we work together, you and me, I thought we'd be able to do something! Thought? That's funny. I wonder why he's using the past tense. I mean, I can't do anything. Let's just watch how this plays out. Oh. Oh no. Time's up. I doubt we can move those two from that spot. Which means we have to do something with the Temzik fragment instead. That should be easy with our powers. I think you're right, Missile. This is gonna be the grand finale. Oh, maybe I was supposed to use Missile to swap something. So then I could go to the middle nozzle. Okay, so I already turned that up. Okay, let's rock that. Okay, take two. That was kind of disappointing. Maybe the timing was a little off? Miss Lynn always says it's better to be early than late. Better try it again. No! Oh, I'm so silly. I'm supposed to jump on the potato while it's going upstream. Oh my gosh. I'll just do that first. Well, no, I'll move right here. Or not. Let's just stay there. Okay, we got this. We got this. Swap. That was quite a sight to see. It looks like this park just got a new feature. But neither of them even glanced this way. Guess that's not surprising, seeing as even a meteorite didn't distract them. Hey, it was a desperate situation. Kill or be killed. And Yomil is killed, right after this, by the meteorite. Well, now that the park has a new feature, can we use it to our advantage in any way? The first appearance of life. It was Mino. What do now? Where did that potato go? Can I spray higher? It's no use. I can't get any water to come out. Well, we can see why not. Yeah, the overwhelming presence of Mino there. If only we can use it to our advantage somehow. I don't know how. Can you swap Mino again? Yeah, I don't know with what though. What can I reach? Maybe the light post. Eh. Eh. Yeah, you see my predicament. Can I swap anything there? No. Can this swap with anything? No? Ah. Oh, poor Miss Lynn. I'm sorry. If you're so sorry, then put her down. Alright, now Missile. I was really out of my head that day. Well, we can talk about all of this later. The Temsic meteorite is gonna fall very soon. Before that happens, I have to think of a way to do something about that fragment. And I'll do everything I can to help too. I cannot go anywhere. Okay, let's just see how this plays out. Probably shouldn't, but I should just have missile ready. Oh, we already saw that. Ah, no. I wonder if I was supposed to like trick the headphones again. Oh, I gotta do that all over? Okay. Okay. So like we were supposed to swap it with... Oh. Yes? No? I don't know. Wait. Was I supposed to swap the little thing with the big Mino? I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh. Oh. Oh, look! The lamppost is bending. But it hasn't broken yet. It really is a wonder how it hasn't snapped. Just might hold out for a little while longer. If I recall, the Temsic fragment smashed through the glass lantern on its way down. What if Minos sits firmly in its way? Then fate should change. Anyone want some water potato? Yeah, I think we're good, right? Should bounce off. Sweet potato, sweat potato. Whoa! Sleepy Billy with the raid. Hello. How are you doing? Also, how was your stream? What were you playing? We're trying to ricochet a meteorite off of this big rock monument. It's about time for that meteorite to come down. Don't worry, Missile. I think we're ready for it. Hello, I'm great. It was good. We were just playing some Skyrim. Ooh, snap. That sounds really fun. But yes, if you need to do any post-stream care or just need to rest up, totally cool. But yeah, great to see you all here. Yeah, we're about to beat Ghost Trick. This is like the final chapter. Probably like during the last moments, I'm not sure. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we can prevent the meteorite from piercing this guy's heart. Okay, look what's right in the fragment's path. Oh, okay. That giant sweet potato. If anything could get in the way, that ugly monster can. Ouch. Anyway. Now the fragment's path ought to change. Okay, let's see it. We've got a water potato. And this this should prevent it. Yes? Yes! There! How's that? Look! The fragment's course. It changed a little. Now Yomiel's fate should really change. Wait a minute. Take another look at the fragment's trajectory. Now that it's changed, what's in its path? In its path? No! No! Lynn! No! Oh no, Jode! Ah! Detective Jode! The Temsic fragment shot through his leg! What? But the cruel twist of fate weren't over yet. No! Come on, put it down. Huh? Jode, put the gun down! Now! If you don't, you're going to shoot him! I don't know if it's his detective training or what, but even though he's shaking from the pain, the gun doesn't waver. Put the gun down! No! I knew it. This is my true fate. In the end, I stole his life away with my own hands. I won't let that happen! Missile! You're stopping another bullet mid-air! You mad doggo, you! Missile! Oh my gosh, he's so OP! Missile! The bullet is stopped in mid-air. I'm here! Inside the bullet! Now let's swap it with something! What? With what? Detective Jode. The meteorite fragment is what made you pull the trigger. We won't let you become a murderer. We have to prove that murder isn't the detective's true fate. And to do that, we have to stop this bullet. There must be something with the same shape as a bullet around here. Life is so sweet when you're a potato. Oh, what the fuck? No, we still killed him! Oh no, we've stopped the bullet. But we still couldn't save him. That's not true. My fate of getting pierced through the back might not have changed. But I'm still alive. What? I'm not dead. I'm just unconscious. Okay, so your fate of death has changed, but still. This fate is just too painful to watch, in every sense. I don't think so. As long as I'm alive, that's good enough for me. But we were overlooking one thing. The wheel of fate was still slowly turning. Look out! Wake up! You gotta get out of there! This is so crazy. Damn it! My leg won't work! It's all over! We're out of time! Miss Lynn! It's not over yet! But there isn't anything else to swap with! Why don't we just let it play out and then try to find another way next time? Even if she dies, all you have to do is possess her corpse. And then you can redo her last 4 minutes as many times as it takes. No, I won't do that! Why not? Sure, the fact of her death would be erased. But her memory of it would remain, like a scar in her psyche. I won't let that happen. Not if I can help it. But what can we do now? Even if we work together. I think there might be something that can be done. What is it? What can Sissel and I do? Don't forget, I'm here too. With 3 kinds of powers among us, we ought to be able to fight this battle. This battle against the fate of death. Yomil! Yomil's gonna join us! Sissel, your power is manipulating objects. Use your power to manipulate this. Huh? I don't get it. Just trust me. Let's go. Alright, I'll try to move there. Now, gather your strength and make it spray as if your life depended on it. I'm dead though. In that case, make it spray as if your death depended on it. Give it your all. And remember, you'll only have a split second. Okay, now do it. Got it. Now it's your turn, Missile. What? Me? But what can I do? I think you know the answer to that. Okay, got it. You can swap them. That hunk of concrete will go back to its original position. But even if I swap them, it'll still be right above Miss Lynn. Don't worry. Okay, I'll do it. I'll swap them. It's no use! We can't stop that horrible Mino!
What can we do now? I don't see how gaining a second or two helped.
Oh, it helped alright. Those few seconds were exactly what I wanted. Last up, it's my turn. Your turn? You know what my power is, right? I can manipulate living creatures. Wait a minute. You mean... That's right. I'm going to save that little girl. Save her by manipulating my own unconscious body. Ye gods. Ah, you're awake. That's a cursed face, Foozy.
Hey, mister, is your knee okay?
Huh? Oh, we'll be fine. It's just a scrape. I'm lucky it wasn't a fatal hit, but the main thing is that you're not hurt.
You saved me, mister?
I was just doing my job. The gods, they're the ones who saved you.
What's your job, mister?
Me? I'm a police detective. Do you think you could go call the police for me? I think you could do it quicker than I could.
But... What's that?
This is a detective's badge. We give them to children who've been very brave.
A detective's badge? Thanks!
Okay, you know what to do, little detective. Are you alive?
Yeah, sadly.
Hang on. Help is coming. What made you do such a reckless thing? To be perfectly honest, I don't really know. When I came to, my body was already moving all by itself. It was as if somebody else was controlling me. I see. But, you know, I'm glad it happened.
Hey, mister. I found this kitten. It was over there.
Come to think of it, I just saw it a few minutes ago. It's probably a stray.
It's kind of limp. Is it okay?
I don't know. I think it's unconscious. It's funny. It doesn't look like it's injured or anything.
Poor little kitty.
How about if I take it to my house and look after it? Would you like to come home with me, little kitten? Well, it looks like his fate just changed in a big way. Whose fate? That kitten's, of course. Sissel's. Sissel? The name Sissel echoes in my head. That's my real name. These long, lonely 10 years. You were my one and only friend. How about it? Do you remember now? Old friend? I think I finally remember. 10 years ago, I was a little kitten that wandered into this park. I was weak and all alone in the world. Somebody, please look at me. Huh? Oh, a kitten. Shoo! You might get hurt. Somebody, please reach a hand out to me. I had just only died at the time. I had lost everything. My life, my memory. My body wouldn't move anymore, but I still managed to reach out a hand to him. The next thing I knew, my soul had transferred to the black kitten, with no recollection of who I was. I lived as a cat with you for a while. After a while, the man regained his memory. I went back to being just a cat, and then the man got his body back. Took my body back from the morgue. There was somebody I just had to go see. Just one more time. I took control of my body and hurried to her house. But I was just a little too late. I had just missed her as she left this world. She left me a note that said, "I'm coming to you, Yomiel." The man named me Sissel. It was the name of something important he had lost, along with his life. His fiancée. He told me about it once, but I didn't understand what it was. Those 10 years were very happy for me, but they weren't happy for the man, and there was nothing I could do for him. For 10 years, I wandered through the darkness, with no particular place to go. As time passed, my powers gradually changed. At first, I could only manipulate small creatures and objects. But then, after a while, I could manipulate people. That's when the darkness inside me deepened, and I started to get a little twisted. I wanted light. Distorted, artificial light. When I got my revenge on Lynn, I would see that light. Or at least, that's why I try to believe. I left my old self buried in that junkyard and walked away. The black cat. I was possessing Sissel then. It wouldn't look very much like a murder if the corpse got up and walked away, after all. So you borrowed the body of your old friend. Sissel was inside that bag I was carrying tonight. I had no intention of leaving my friend behind in this country when I left. But then, when I went to possess his body, I realized something horrible. What was that? Sissel, there, inside the bag, was dead. What? I wasn't able to control her completely. The first bullet didn't hit anything. Or so I thought. But it did hit something, didn't it? It hit Sissel inside that bag. Yes, that's when I lost my life. Right there in the presence of Temsic radiation. And that's when I got my powers of the dead. My ghost tricks. I think I understand it now. Why I was the only one who couldn't get his memory back. It was because I thought that corpse was me. It was the only corpse I could see at the time, after all. But as it turns out, it wasn't the only dead body. My true death was hiding just behind that corpse. Now that I think about it, do you remember what you said? That you knew all along about me saving Lynn tonight? If you knew, why didn't you try to stop me? It's simple. Because I couldn't, even if I wanted to. Huh? Why not? Remember the thing about individual differences in the powers we get? I can control all kinds of things, from the living to the dead. But even so, There are some things that you can do that I can't. You mean? I can't even rewind time, let alone change the fate of a death. If I could do those things, I would have saved your life. Not only that, but I never would have just let my fiancé stay dead like that. But you're here 10 years in the past now. That's thanks to your powers. I just tagged along with you. In any case, now the starting point of this entire tragedy has changed dramatically, altering fate. The fate of your death, the kitten Sissel's fate. I could just bet you the fate of the woman you love has changed too. Yes, I believe you're right. So, this was the last fate to be averted, eh? So, Yomil, it looks like your plan for revenge ended in failure. Yes, and I'm glad, too. I think I kind of understand now what you've been feeling these 10 years. She understood. She shed tears for me. That's when my revenge was over. She saved me from the darkness. Well, I guess it's time we got back. A new 10 years later was just reborn. Right. We should get back to our new present.
I can't wait to see Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla again.
So these past 10 years will now all vanish. Well, not completely. The memories of all of us here will remain. Including the memory of what I did, my crime. That's the way this game of the dead works, eh? And no matter what the reason, there's no denying the fact that I took Lynn hostage and tried to point a gun at her. I have no intention of running away from that either. The most inexcusable crime in my new life. Hey, Sissel. Yes? When we go back, our fates will no longer be interconnected. It will be like we never met. So, before that happens, I just wanted to say one thing. Tonight, I stole away your life with my own hands. I'm truly sorry. That's already a thing of the lost past. Our fates have changed now, right, Yomil? Thank you, Sissel. I'm so very glad I met you. Me too, Yomil. Sissel? Are we ever going to see each other again?
I couldn't stand it if we weren't.
Don't worry, Missile. I bet we'll see each other again someday. 10 years from now, our paths are sure to cross. We'll just have to wait until then.
Sissel, I'll never forget you.
I'll never forget you either, valiant little doggy. Well, looks like you come to live with me now. So let's be getting home, little black cat. Home, huh? That sounds good, Detective Jode. We all witnessed the birth of a new beginning, and now we're each going back to our own new present. We said goodbye to the parts of our stories that would be lost, believing that someday our paths would all cross again.
Wait!
Before you go back to a new present, I wanted to thank you. Before I cease to exist. Oh, it's you! Yes, it is I, Ray, in case you have forgotten again. Thanks to you, everything has turned out as I had hoped.
Woozy, did you forget? Did he call you out?
I am really grateful to you, Sissel. Thank you. But don't forget, I was only on a journey to find my own lost memory. Yes, I know that. I know all about you. Can I ask you a question, Ray? I want to know, who exactly are you? Fair enough. I will tell you. Let me tell you about another version of tonight's events. You changed the fates of many people tonight. The first of which was hers. If you had not been there for her tonight, her fate would have been to die in that lonely spot on the outskirts of town. If that had occurred, what do you suppose would have happened? Let me tell you a story. The story of a little creature. After they stole her life that night, they broke into her apartment. They stole the wooden box from the ceiling hiding place and left. And in the process, two little dead bodies were left behind. However, the little fellow's spirit lived on. He desperately reached out his paw towards his mistress. And that's when a miracle occurred. What? Look at that! The powers of the dead! But how? He didn't really understand it himself. Not yet, anyway. But with all you know now, I bet you understand it, do you not? Hey, wait a minute. That's right. He died inside the aura of that strange energy. But unfortunately, with his meager powers, he was unable to save his little mistress. There just wasn't anything he could do with only the power to swap objects. He needed the power to manipulate objects in order to save the little lady. The little fellow chased after the men, but there still wasn't anything he could do. In the end, he was left behind with the man in red in the deep, deep sea. And then he went back. He went back to the world of 10 years before, to the moment of the man in red's death. What? He decided to wait it out. He decided to wait until that night came again. And that's the other version of the story of this night. A story that has taken these 10 years to be retold. So that was you, huh? That's right. I'm Missile. 10 years is a very long time in dog years. You couldn't change the fates of these people on your own. So you decided to wait those 10 years out.
Yeah, Missile Senior.
Exactly. And then at last, that fateful night rolled around again. By this time, I had grown old, and my powers were weak. So I decided I needed to find somebody to help me this time around. Somebody who possessed different powers than me. But wait a second! You were able to manipulate that desk lamp! Over the course of the long years, my powers changed. My ability to swap objects weakened, but I became able to manipulate small objects. But in that case, why didn't you cooperate with yourself? Because I couldn't. Huh? From watching The Man in Red, I found out there were individual differences in our powers. I couldn't do any of the things he could do. Like travel through the telephone lines, for example. What? It may not seem like much, but that's a very important power. Especially if you're trying to chase somebody. There's something I don't understand. You knew from the very beginning that I had that power. How did you know so much about me? Why wouldn't I? After all, we had met before, on that night, the first time around. We what? We met before? From listening to the conversation of the two intruders to the apartment, I learned that Miss Lynn had lost her life at that junkyard on the edge of town. I followed the Ghost World paths to the junkyard and came upon an incredible scene. Imagine, if you will, there in the darkness, a twisting and swiveling desk lamp. It made my first stand on end, I can tell you. That was me? So I was shot on that night, the first time around as well. You had lost your memory that time, too. You had just died, and you felt confused. You declined to cooperate with me. I did what? I just want to find my own lost memory. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. That's what you said. And then you disappeared. Away over the telephone line. I'm really sorry I didn't help you. That's why I decided that, this time, I would use that desire of yours to our mutual advantage. Mutual advantage? The only thing you were interested in was finding your own lost memory. If I could guide you along the right path to doing that, we would both benefit. And, namely, the right path would be the path to the man in red, to your meal. What? I gave you the information you needed to know to set you in the right direction. And then I gave you a time limit. A time limit? That's right. As you know, I said you only had until tomorrow morning. If I hadn't done that, you wouldn't have found out the truth tonight. And the man in red would have been sealed away at the bottom of the sea forever. If that had happened, it would have all been over. Then, you mean that thing about ceasing to exist? Oh, that? Completely made up. A little naughty of me, I know. But I just wanted you to use your time wisely. Oh boy! I hate to admit it, but this little doggy really outsmarted me in every way. Let's just call it the wisdom that comes with age. And now it's time to say farewell. These past 10 years will cease to exist, and with them, so will I. Missile, I believed in you. I always knew you could do it. And so you did. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Missile. So you waited and waited these 10 long years. All for the sake of your two ladies, Lynn and Camilla, eh? Of course. Because that's what doggies do. Now then, farewell, Sissel. And so the story of a single night came to an end. Nobody but us knew what had really happened in this town that night. I made my way back to a new present. Ah, Missile Senior! No, I'll miss you. Huh? How come it's dark? I'll just turn on the lights here. Hehe, were you surprised? Oh, you bet I was. You nearly scared me to death. Yippee! It worked! But it's not even my birthday today. It was my mom's birthday the day before yesterday. I made this surprise for her, but it came out so well, I wanted to use it again. That's all right, Lynn. After all, we're celebrating the birth of your new position as detective, right? Really? Thank you, Detective Jode. Dad, you're home. Hi, Camilla. Let me introduce you. This is Lynn. She was just assigned to the detective division today. Hi, Camilla. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Lynn. Congratulations on becoming a detective. Uh-huh. Is something wrong? You have one of those badges too? Oh, this? Yeah. I have one just like it. My dad just gave it to me the other day. But yours looks like a lot older than mine, though. How long are you going to keep wearing that toy badge, Lynn? What's wrong with it? To me, this is a symbol of a real detective. It's been 10 years since then, hasn't it? Who would have guessed you'd actually become a detective one day? When you gave me this badge, I just knew. I knew it was my destiny, somehow. Destiny, huh? And now that I'm a detective, I'll find out where that destiny will lead me. That you will. That you will. Oh, hello! Don't tell me you're that same little kitten. That's right. The very one. You know what? This is a very, very special cat. He's 10 years old, but he's still a kitten. Still a kitten? Yep, he never got any bigger or anything. Wow, what a mysterious little fellow. I know, right? His name is Sissel. Sissel. Seems to me I've heard that name somewhere before. I think Sissel likes you, Lynn. Alright everyone, let's start the celebration. Okay, Mom. I bet you're just like me. Your destiny led you here somehow, too. And so we meet again, Sissel. From just that single night as a human, I got a glimpse into their world, and I learned something. Their fates, their lives, they were all interconnected. Somewhere, somehow, in some way. And now, this is my new fate. I guess I really am a cat. It suits me just fine to curl up and watch. Watch the strange and beautiful patterns of their lives as they unfold. And it looks like I'll have plenty to watch here for quite a while. Boom! Oh man! Yeah, she's alive! Like, because all those tragic events didn't happen. It's Inspector! Happy birthday to our lovely Lynn! Like I said, it isn't my birthday. Hey, Missile! I thought I asked you to stay home and guard the fort. But birthdays are for celebrating together with friends and loved ones. Nothing like it, baby. He's eating the big pasta! I wonder if it's a chicken carbonara. Oh my gosh, I love this game so much. He's doing the dance moves! There, how do you like that? Not bad, huh? But definitely not good. Maybe not. Maybe now I could be a great detective, just like Inspector Caminella. What kind of example is that inspector providing for his men? Right, Woozy? Hey, it's the chief? Here's your food, gentlemen. Someone give him some socks. Memory, what are you doing here? I heard you're gonna be picking new members for the Special Investigation Unit today. So you took on a part-time job here again just so you could eavesdrop? Oh, you have no idea the lengths I'd go to reach my goals. There's the bug! La la la, I've never cooked this way before. So exotic, so exciting. Turmeric, coriander, cumin, and for Greek curry chicken something. Is this really necessary, this new curry chicken menu item? Oh, but our very best customer requested it. Now good luck with the taste testing. Oh boy, I don't think I could eat another bite. Just who exactly is his very best customer anyway? There he is! Big man! Sausage head! Yeah, oh my gosh, this game is so amazing! Oh? Are you sure you really need all these explosives? Not to worry, Beauty, my dear. I followed the instructions exactly. 20 kilograms of gunpowder, just like it said. Wait a minute, 20 kilograms? I thought it was 20 grams. And Sausage Head is rich! GG to Sausage Head, but rest in peace those two. If evil, why dead? Oh my gosh. So this is where you work, huh, Papa? That's right, sweetheart. Darling husband, don't you have any ideas at all you could give me? You must have heard some juicy stories. The indiscretions of a minister, perhaps? Now, must you talk that way in front of our darling angel? Here's to the stodgy mind of my darling husband! Dude, she just cheered right on his face. Dang. Yeah, cheers everyone. The evil min! This deal is going quite well. Oh, I must say, these grapes are quite good, my man. The Yonoa is about to scrape the bottom of the sea, sir. Be forewarned, sir. Egad! Keep it together, man! Are you trying to give me a case of the vapors? Believe I nearly died of fright just now. The punk rocker guy! Love, peace, and pigeons! Long live rock and roll! It's jamming out! Stop the park from charging admission! Protect the rights of those who live here! Oh my gosh, they did such a fantastic job with this, like, this remaster. It's Bailey and the other dude! Today's the day, you know. He's finally getting out. You know, everybody's starting to get real tired of seeing you do that. Then let me show you a new dance that's been passed down in our family for generations. We do this when we have a stomach ache. We call it Dance Away the Pain. Oh, I'm real interested in that one. Think you could show it to me, say, next week? You got it! Look at him go. Dancing machine. Some say he's still dancing to this day. It's our boy! "10 long years, Yomiel. Your time's up today. The young lady who always comes to visit you is waiting outside." Thank you, Sissel. That's why he painted. Ah. It's so beautiful. The whole gang. Thanks for the GGs, all the hearts. Oh, this is such a cozy screen. Oh my goodness. Yes, I fell in love all over again with this game. So I played it like 4 to 5 years ago, but you know, I forgot like most things what happened besides like main plot points. I'm so glad that you love it, Woozy. Yes! It's amazing. I love how they like tied everything together, explained like all these different plot points. And also, while replaying it, I noticed that they do make some references, like cat references. Besides like "Cat Got Your Tongue," there was another one. But it also explains why the cat Sissel did not know a lot of objects. Now I know why Trick wanted the collector's box. Yes. Good night, Trick. Yes, Leonex Nova, thank you again for hanging out and experiencing this with us. But yeah, I hope you have a good night and take care. Ah. Oh, something fell on the ground. I don't know what that is. Wait, it's a mouse! It's Mr. Mouse! It's a donut! There he goes! There goes Missile! I love all the different Mr. Mouse in the scenes. Puzzles are super fun and creative. Oh my gosh. Love all the characters. Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, the Japanese collector's box. Whoop, there we go. Actually has this sort of like tabletop game where essentially it's the plot of trying to escape a toy factory. There's different foldouts where you could pretend where it shows like a level that you have to solve, and there's a little slider to mimic moving between objects. And then there's also sealed envelopes, so when you progress through a level, you can open those envelopes up and read more about the mystery. It's all in Japanese though. I can't read it. I just try to translate what I could with Google Translate. But yeah, no, it's very cool. But yes, love this game. And the Japanese like collector's edition, I think also came with the code, so we get new illustrations and extra songs. Wait, it's not illustrations, it's backgrounds. So something like this. And then we got new songs. So I wonder if we could see it in music? I think one was like the Chicken Kitchen, and there was another one. Can't remember. But yeah. Like the updated music it still stays true to the original, but honestly the arranged version, I prefer it more. It's so good. I feel like I wouldn't really say that for some games. Like the original I would tend to like a little bit more, but this game 10 out of 10. And yeah, memories. I wouldn't replay many story-centered games, but this game just seems like it would replay well. The story is too good. Yes, especially just messing around more with each like level. Like what objects you can interact with, what are the outcomes. And yeah, there's all the updated people, so the phone book would update regularly as we're trying to piece more information together. I didn't really focus on that too much during this playthrough. Because it would be a lot of reading. And then, yeah, same thing with the phone book. Oh, no data. Oh yeah, for some areas. I don't think so. So that's very cool. And let's see illustrations. Whole boatload. So fun fact, I actually tried to recreate this for like an Illustrator project I had like years back. It was a bit tricky, but yeah, like it was a huge inspiration. Wow, different concept art. That is really cool. So I think there's new... Yeah, college. Yes. Okay, challenges. So I think it's from us clearing the story. Oh wow, so there's other things. Swapped 44 objects. Chapter 5, avert fate without any deaths after the final fate change. Okay, so there's more achievements. Which is pretty cool. Fail by keeping the ball away from Nino. That is cool. So yeah, replayability, some of the challenges. And Ghost Puzzle, that's another thing. I don't remember what that is, but it's another game mode. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so yeah, thank you everyone for stopping by. We finished Ghost Trick. It is one of my favorite games and inspired the trick in TrickMii. Yeah. So, Sleepy Billy, thank you so much for the raid. And everyone in here for hanging out, vibing, and experiencing this with me. And yeah, for the other parts, we do have a VOD YouTube channel now. That it's linked down below in my bio. But yeah, no, thank you so much. This was awesome. We'll do a new game on Friday. I'm not quite sure what yet. I have a couple of choices. So we'll see about that. And then Saturday, more Digimon. So yeah, for now, let's start looking to see who we can raid. You know what? I think be cool to see Kapabooey, who is playing Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. They're super fun and welcoming, have a blast, and they're going through the whole Zelda series. So yeah, let's go and say hello to Koopa. But yeah, thank you again, everyone, for being here. Have a good rest of your night. I'm gonna definitely get some Z's. All right, take care, everyone.